discussion after one of our colleagues had presented. So in that discussion, it so happened that in my engagement with one of our colleagues, I offered, and in that respect, I'd like to, I'm standing up to just say that I apologize for having offended you yesterday. Starting it was intentional. It was in the debate, and even that you viewed it as me taking liberties and speaking over you and undermining your views and undermining you as a person. That was not the intention, and therefore I would like to apologize to you in front of everyone that's attended in this room. I don't want to, take it outside because it happened here and decided that I'll in this forum. So please ask.
Joining us on the second and final day of what has been so far quite lively and exciting gathering and reflections on Bloke Modisane's legacy and body of work. Yesterday we were treated to quite some exciting papers about blaming on history. Today there is a different register in the sense that most of the presentations this morning and afternoon relate to other work that Modisane was involved in, both in South Africa towards in the 50s, and then of course in his long exile in various multiples around the globe. And appropriately so, we have decided to call today's gathering or today's session as Exile, Diasporic Narratives and Transnational Discourse. And in this opening introduction, I would like to offer some nodes and nodes or roots, which will in a sense punctuate the transatlantic presence that Modisane had after the time he left South Africa in 1959. So my opening remarks this morning are in a sense a continuation of those final closing pages that Prof. Ngadi reflected on yesterday on blaming on history, when Modisane in Mafikeng had just left Parktown Station to begin his long exile. And the question that exercises my mind in these remarks is what happens between Modisane 1959 when he leaves and the time we learn of his death in 1986 in West Germany. Perhaps an appropriate place to begin is where the book ends, blaming on history, 1959. Modisane leaves South Africa. We learn the final passages through Mafikeng, and then he arrives in what was then Johannesburg. And something interesting happens. Part of the reason he escapes illegally, of course, is that he was denied a passport by the South African government after he received the opportunity to travel to the United States to take up a research appointment at Vassar College in New York. Modisane leaves, and his intention is to arrive in what was then Tanganyika, today modern-day Tanzania. And he leaves South Africa on a very complicated route with what I have come to think of as his informal boardroom of white liberal South Africans, which we also heard about yesterday, who are part of the machinery that enabled him to live undetected in South Africa. One of them is not South African at all. Lionel Rogerson, as you all know, gave us Come Back Africa. Modisane asked Lionel Rogerson, in compensation for his efforts in the film, to buy him a one-way ticket, initially to the US, and then that was later recalibrated to London. As we probably all know, most Black South African exiles ended up in London, 50s and 60s, so pre and post Charles, not least because of the 1948 British Nationality Act, which permitted sort of Commonwealth citizens entry into the country. And so Modisane took advantage of that. So his route to London took no longer than 6 weeks, with an extended stay in Dar es Salaam, where maybe perhaps we'll reflect on it later when I talk about the East Africa paper, where he is bizarrely assisted by none other than the American embassy in Dar es Salaam, because he has with himself in his pocket a letter of appointment to America, and he's able to persuade the consular general that he has just left South Africa. He does not have a passport. He only is carrying his passport. And it was quite a complicated departure, not least because the officials had no reason really to assist a rogue fugitive who had left illegally, but they were able to. I still do not know how that was possible, because the legal response was for them to send Modisane back to Victoria, which never happened. They were able to assist him on his passage to London. And so one of the first notes, I will speak about 5 notes quite briefly, if only to profile Modisane's 30-year exile between 59 and the time he passes on the US journey. One of the first notes is when he arrives in London. Modisane becomes part of the British cultural establishment in the true sense of the word, not least because he is involved in both casting via the BBC, and he's also involved with British theatre via the Royal Court Theatre in London, which was quite a reputable 20th century theatre post-World War II. Now, between 1959 and 1971, Modisane performed in 5 Royal Court Theatre. The first one was William Gaskell and John Stone's 11 Men Dead at Hollow Camp in July 1959. Hollow Camp was basically a review and dramatization of the tragedy that happened in British colonial Kenya during the Mau Mau uprising, where 11 men passed on and were clapped to death at Hollow Camp. So Modisane was part of this sort of review and critical response through theatre of this tragedy. And one of the actors in the review was none other than English as well. His second performance at the Royal Court Theatre was in Jean Genet's The Blacks in 1961. This is one of the most extensive tours, because the Blacks went on to tour in Scotland and in the UK. He had some shows in Cambridge as well, and then of course at the London Royal Court Theatre. And this particular performance seems to be the one that really inaugurated his stage acting career as well. The third play was B.R. Whiteley's Empress with the Teapot in 1961. The fourth was Keith Dewhurst's Pirates in 1970, and finally, in a sort of homecoming way, his final performance at the Royal Court Theatre in London was in Ethel Fugard's Usman in Leina in 1971, where he was alongside South African actors Zakes Mugai and Yvonne Bryceland as well. And I say it sort of was a homecoming between teacher and student, because Fugard would have worked with Modisane as well before he left South Africa on No Good Friday here in Johannesburg. Now, Modisane's thinly spread 5 Royal Court Theatre appearances over a period of only 12 years attest to the challenges of being a Black stage actor in British mainstream theatre in the early decades of the second half of the 20th century. This period was infamous for the lack of performing opportunities for Black actors, as established theatres such as the Royal Court Theatre rarely employed Black artists, and despite the considerable presence of Black people in Britain, few playwrights wrote roles for Black actors. Now, Modisane was outspoken about the predicament of Black actors in Britain. He observed that because Black people had not yet been accepted as an integral part of British society, playwrights either omitted them from their stories, thus leading to global security, or typecast them into stereotypical and subservient roles. Although Modisane acknowledged that he would not play the stereotypical and subservient roles, he nevertheless, it must be said, accepted work for roles he was being typecast. Now, there are two reasons for this contradiction. On the one hand, he needed to earn a living, he says, as a performing artist in London. On the other hand, he changed his views late in the 1960s, noting that he strategically became a cynical acting mechanic, those are his words, to cope with less desirable roles as an actor. Now, notwithstanding these challenges, Modisane went on to achieve critical acclaim for his performances, with praise from audiences, theatre critics, and the Royal Court's distinguished international cast of directors, lauding him for his performances. This achievement, considered together with the impact his performances had on the reception and subsequent prospects of the production, positions him as one of the Royal Court's consistent South African actors and cultural ambassadors in exile. The second note I want to quickly touch on is, as I said earlier, his time at the BBC. He had quite an extensive spell at the BBC, which basically characterized his whole entire exile from 59 up until the time of his passing. In fact, some of his work at the BBC outlived him, because when he dies in 86, the BBC went on to still continue broadcasting some of his plays for the corporation. But between 1959 and 1972, around the same time, he's still with the Royal Court. He worked for the BBC Talks department as a cultural critic and commentator in its Africa programs. Having recently arrived in London from his dramatic escape from South Africa without a passport, Modisane was an exiled witness to the brutalities of the apartheid regime and an ambassador of the cultural production that germinated in response to it. Modisane imaginatively transplanted the texture of the Black South African experiences to the microphone of the BBC Talks department at a time when the corporation and the British public took a keen interest in the unfolding political, literary, and cultural development of the country. And around the 60s in London, there's quite an interest in not only, decolonizing Africa or African independence movements, but specifically post-Sharpeville state of emergency in South Africa and a slew of exiles who are arriving in the city. Furthermore, he used his position as a rising BBC cultural commentator to not only construct and recalibrate ideas he would eventually discharge in his own work, but also to profile and promote the work of artists he appreciated. One of the things he was involved in doing, and I was happy to hear somebody working on Modisane's short stories, is that at the BBC, he was able to sort of think about an afterlife of the work that he began in South Africa. So his drum columns, his disc time music columns, his work for the Golden City Post, the entertainment that he wrote at the BBC, he found the sonic equivalent of that, and he was able to curate programs accordingly through some of the work he did in South Africa. And the other interesting thing is that some passages which would later appear in 63 on Blame on History were also worked out in some of those radio programs. However, in his early years at the BBC attempted to censor what it considered to be his controversial views about South Africa, revealing the corporation's preference for, quote, the representative Black figure that was suitably calibrated for a British audience. The corporation's balancing act was unsuccessful, as Modisane went on to feature in over 40 broadcasts of the Talks department, where he commented on life under apartheid, South African cultural practice, jazz music, travel, and contemporary political developments on the continent. More than any other Black South African intellectual figure in exile, Modisane's project made visible Black South African cultural practice in Britain at a time when transatlantic connections between London and Johannesburg were not as pronounced as those between Johannesburg and New York. But the third note, I won't get into because we do have a paper coming up later on East Africa. The third note was basically Modisane in East Africa. He goes there in 1962 for the Conference of African Writers of English Expression. That was the official title. And then he later returns in 1965 to begin work on the Maji Rebellion, East African occupation, German occupation of East Africa in the early 20th century, a project that I will discuss in my paper on his Cold War itineraries in East Africa. The fourth note, who I won't get into, will be covered by Dr. Mahala, of course, is basically Modisane in the United States on his lecture tour made possible by Langston Hughes together with the American Society of African Culture. The fifth and final note that I will get into now is that following his successful spell as a diasporic intellectual figure and cultural critic for the BBC Talks department, Bloke was employed as a playwright by the drama department's African theatre program. So between 1969 and 1986, when he dies, he wrote, adapted, and proposed 23 radio plays, novels, and short stories. Between this period, Modisane also lived in 3 different countries, emigrating from England to Italy in Rome and Dortmund in West Germany, where he had previously lived in the early 1960s and where translations of his Blaming on History had been published. So Blaming on History does appear in Italy in the 60s, but it also does appear in West Germany as well. And perhaps maybe that's why he took these roots, because he did have a literary profile in those countries. Now, these dramas were written during a period of traumatic personal experiences and dramatic geopolitical developments that had a bearing on his cultural work for the African Theatre Program, and that also had a bearing on the itinerary of his exile in his late life. On the personal front, during this period, so this is 69 to 86, Modisane was divorced by his first wife. He married for a second time. He unsuccessfully attempted to sell the rights of Blaming on History. He had a second child, and he became increasingly homesick. On the geopolitical front, following Enoch Powell's 1968 Rivers of Refuge and the 1971 address to the Carrollton and Hampstead Young Conservatives Club, where the Conservative MP strongly criticized continuing Commonwealth migration to the United Kingdom and called for a large-scale voluntary repatriation program, Modisane was not only became disillusioned about living in the United Kingdom, but admonished the British government's further restrictions on Black immigration, with the passing of the Commonwealth Immigration Act of 1968 and the Immigration Act of 1971. Now, although these acts did not directly affect him, as he was by then a naturalized British citizen and therefore not subject to immigration control, he nevertheless viewed them as shocking and comparable to the racist laws that drove him out of South Africa. So he made quite some interesting parallels about life under apartheid and the burgeoning clampdown on migrants or exiles in Britain during the time he was there. His London plays represent his most successful style as a playwright. These dramas were mostly recalibrations of his early short stories. So, for example, The Dignity of Begging, he dramatizes that into a radio play. And they explored the theme of the role of the African intellectual in society. I think he also works on the situation and creates a drama out of them. The BBC was initially pleased with what they considered to be Modisane's unique attributes as a playwright, lauding his London plays as dramatic treatments that shed important light on social and political issues of South African life. Careful not to be pigeonholed as a writer of Black plays, in his Rome plays, Modisane attempted to adapt American and European literary works, however, with little success. This represented the most challenging period as a playwright, as not only was he struggling to produce original dramas, but his unsuccessful venture into adaptations revealed that he was starting to lose form. So this is around mid-70s. The BBC frequently discouraged him from submitting any more adaptations and insisted that he should produce dramas with an African theme instead. This revealed the corporation's typecasting, a situation that Modisane was initially initially challenged, but eventually acquiesced to in order to earn commissions as a matter of practical necessity. His Dortmund drama saw him capture something of his old form. By then a respected playwright and artist and an institution in the eyes of the BBC, Modisane's late dramas explored the unfolding liberation struggle in Southern Africa. These dramas not only offer us a window into the preoccupations of his life in his late years, but are also indicative of his sustained interest in anti-colonial and anti-apartheid struggles up until the time of his death. His final dramas are sort of a way back home, casting his eyes back on the political landscape of South Africa. Themes such as, the SWAPO insurgency, the ANC in Namibia, and in Southern Africa more generally. And it talks about, this heroic figure of Nelson Mandela, and sort of makes pronouncements about what he thinks will happen in the foreseeable future in South Africa. So these are quite South African in theme and quite politically charged in content as well. Now, in conclusion, Modisane considered his exile out of South Africa as so insidiously corrupt, those are his words, and eternal, that he had to develop what he called, quote, a bird of passage morality, close quote. This state of being was signified by fleeting, peripatetic living that made it difficult for him to settle down and create a sense of permanency. Modisane's 30-year exile was characterized by this condition, and it enabled him to exploit the creative talents he had harnessed in South Africa and which he was restricted from pursuing under apartheid. It also afforded him expanded intellectual and experiential frames of reference for this intellectual development to flourish. Bloke Modisane's 30-year exile coincided with and was shaped by the 20th century's historical landmarks of the Cold War, or cultural Cold War, the anti-apartheid movement, the civil rights movement, and decolonization in Africa. During this period, Modisane made a significant contribution to the study, understanding, and appreciation of Black cultural practice in South Africa, radio broadcasting and theatre, East African literature and history, and the cultural dimension of the anti-colonial and anti-apartheid struggles. Now, however, because his intellectual and cultural production failed to transcend the ephemeral fields of periodical alpha and radio, and thus unable to make a lasting contribution to the world of literature and ideas, his contributions, it seems, have been lost, forgotten, and omitted from any critical engagement about post-colonial African intellectuals and writers. That he never lived to see his volumes of work published, such as novels, essays, radio plays, historical monographs, and film scripts, the bulk of which still remain scattered and inaccessible to readers, has complicated and hindered our appreciation of his extensive intellectual production. It is my hope, together with my co-convener, that this symposium will attend to some of the gaps and fragmentations that constitute Modisane's biography and his intellectual life and career. Thank you.
We had a request that since we started a bit late, but can you not take tea break? Whoever would like to get tea by this out. Yeah, otherwise, not really.
Yeah. Hi. I'm next. Doing moderates. When you say something to the presentation, so good to go. Okay, great. Well, I think she's reading it. Thank you so much, Siyabonga. That was fascinating, and we're up for a very exciting day ahead. It's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker for the day, Gabe Morokai Swalo. So Gabe is doing his PhD candidate in sociology at Wits, and his work is on Black thoughts, ethics, and borders of anarchy. And I can see how all of these are reflecting in the paper you're going to present for us on Bloke's work and on your interpretations of it and how you're theorizing it. So Gabe is looking at the notion of the futures of evil. That's the title of his paper. And he's considering evil in dialogue with Modisane's meta-ethics. And thinking through how putting these two in dialogue with the implications for considering human suffering and the storing of self into the future. Gabe, would you like to come up? Sure.
Dumelang Batari. Translate myself. I see all of you in your sufferings. Which of course it's something that deeply concerns me. I used to think I need a lot of time to present my position throughout my intellectual kind of emergence. I used to think that I need 30 minutes or 45 minutes, an hour to present my position, but I realized as I grow older that I don't have much to say. In other words, I actually need 15 minutes to say what I want. But I may want to impress those who do not believe that less is more. So I'll drag my presentation into the techniques that I've been given. Let's see how that goes. I want to talk about evil this morning. Of course, it's a grand idea. So much that others want to see in it a problem. They call it a problem of evil. I need not see it as a problem necessarily. And my guiding position to what I want to say is this. Evil is not an object of historiography. And it is so serious that it pushes its casualties towards experimentation with morality or doing away with morality in its totality, for better or for worse. So you can keep that in mind. That's the position. It's not an argument, so you have no reason to attack me. It's just the position, and it will become an argument after the show. The best way for me to talk about evil today is to appeal to Bloke. So we can read Blaming on History in passing. Of course, my talk is quite transitional, I hope. We can read Bloke in passing. I say in passing because Bloke pushes me to exit his work so that I can find my way. Because that's what freedom is about. It's about finding your way. Yes, Bloke and me want this freedom badly. And we'll differentiate assert. There's a line that I really appreciate on page 239 of the version that I've been using. Let me read my quote. Whites tend to speak academically about racial domination. For me, it has been my whole life. I want to obliterate all possibility of this evil ever showing its head in South Africa. I want to emphasize a couple of things insofar as these three sentences are concerned. First, racial domination is evil among other evils. As if to say that it is an evil that participates in an open vote. The evil part of the evil, capital letters. Second, the implication is that if expression is a possibility in the past or in the future, and your struggle or your overcoming it is also a possibility, you may win or you may not. Third, to speak about the possibility of evil, racial domination in South Africa, is to imply that it obtains elsewhere in the world. Of course, he wants to obliterate this evil inside. That's what he wants to do. I guess others will obliterate racial domination. And he says, or the fourth implication is that this is a wish. Because he wants to operate, it's just a wish. Short of saying it is a desire. I'm not sure if liberation is an object of desire. Desire is not the correct word to use. How do we define evil? Can we even define it? I'm willing to say that the idea of evil implies the notion of the veil. That is to say, it covers itself in the notion of violation or violence. The violation of an intimate relationship with myself in the first place. Of course, I'm not sure if I can ever have an intimate relationship with other people. Intimacy is about me and myself. I can love you, perhaps, but I'm not sure I can have an intimate relationship with you. Evil is a violation of this relationship that I can have with myself, it seems to me. Or rather, remember, I'm not defining it yet. And the idea of having a relationship with myself is not self-conscious. So quite different things. And for that reason, I'm even willing to go as far as saying, talking about self-consciousness is a waste of time. If I can't tell you what evil is, just telling you what it could imply, is to say that evil is without a form, that it is positive nonetheless. Because of its possibility, the possibility that Bloke talks about, which he wants to obliterate, the possibility. So it is a possibility. It is quite impressive in its future looking. Often, I claim, by way of the idea of the law, or its cognate, which is social morality. In Bloke's metaethics, right? Civilization is unthinkable outside of the law, and the law is that which basically represses the possibility of having an intimate relationship with myself. The law is an expression of evil. And it's cognate social morality. Of course, in South Africa, grounded in Christian morality. The law, written or unwritten, does not take the possibility that I can live without its help. It goes on and says, thou shalt not, or thou shalt, thou shalt. I don't think I need that to live my life. It seems to me that evil is that which is in motion and speedily excessive, as though it cares little for the idea of arrival life. It is speedily excessive, albeit tame, if in Modisane home, its expression is seemingly an object of human overcoming. So Bloke believed that he could obliterate the possibility of evil raising its head in South Africa. I agree that perhaps he could obliterate it on the condition that the human being is quick enough. But the human being at this point in time, I think, is limping and ill. And I doubt he or she can obliterate evil. In other words, Bloke was too ambitious insofar as his wish is concerned. Yeah, I see a lot of weariness, and I'm not sure if human beings can catch up. This is to say that a human being might be in need of aid, an expressive form that could have him or her seeing evil an object, or rather not an object of overcoming, but an object of manipulation. So for me, because evil is so fast in its possibility, the best we can do is to manipulate it. And if I say that evil is fast, recall it is formless and it's multiple, it's in different kinds of spaces, it moves in all kinds of unpredictable ways. I don't think that we can really pin it down by way of writing history. I don't think we can. I don't think we can. And history, of course, I mean, historiography is the production of meanings about the past. That's what it is. So I don't imply that you can't tell us a couple of dates. Nelson Mandela was released in this year, this time, blah, blah. That's not historiography. You just kind of, it's a chronology. There's nothing meaningful about it. It's just. So, yeah, so evil seems to be too fast, a formless thing that I don't really trust historiographers, whatever type they are. By implication, I can disavow the idea of the future. History can express itself in the, evil can express itself in the future. And I don't know how it's going to express itself. So I need not be concerned with the futures. Can a madman cultivate a disrespect or disavow the reality of the future if the future is a the possibility of evil? The point really is that there is too much admin when one deals with the future. So I might not even write about it. The wish not to write about the future is to simply say, yes, actually, I can't really write much about the past. If the past, my part is a determination of evil, evil that is quite formless, as I have been saying. The point really is that my suffering is mine now and only now, so that to sterilize it the next moment is nearly a fruitless exercise. talking to myself about the rumors of goodness. All right. Rumors of goodness obtain the moment my relationship with myself gets violated. In other words, regardless of what evil does, in this expression, it cannot obliterate the rumor that there is. Well, not in the room, but there is goodness somewhere. Goodness that is not in the future or in the past, but goodness that is around the corner. The goodness that I have not seen. Goodness that I have forgotten. I must go as far as saying goodness is a wrong, or rather is an incorrect word. Let's talk about the rumors of the good, which is to say that the good is not a phenomenon. Again, it is not an object of historiography. And it is not an object of autobiographical writing too. So, being violated, I forget how the good looks like, but there is a rumor that the good is around. It's just a rumor, as though me and the good would have a blind date. The good, if it's not a phenomenon, but it's to say the good, if it is not goodness, is perhaps a position that a pole could assume. You have seen those poles in street clubs, right? There's a pole against which I can have my dance in performing the right. I don't know what I was talking about. Huh? Let's leave it there.
Thank you so much, Derek. Well, we've been anarchists in response to your request that we don't have.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aristotle. So Dave, thank you so much for that. I have a suspicion that I know what you're. That I know what you're talking about, which is, maybe to be questioned. But anyway, I found this such a fascinating narrative journey you took us on, and logical journey. And I hope I'm not offending you by using the word logic. So I'm going to open the floor to questions, and I'm just going to pop in something that floated up to me towards the end of your presentation, which is the gossip a productive attempt to negotiate back to intimacy with self, knowing that is never achievable? Not necessarily to be answered, but just to kind of say that was my big takeaway from your presentation. Questions? Yes.
Thank you very much. If for the presentation, there were a few things came into mind when I listened to the presentation. First of all, the presentation was engaging us on an exercise to think. But then the problem, it seemed as if it was a a philosophical poetry that wants to present something probably at the end, probably we only get the gist at the end of what he was trying to say. In this instance, he's read Bloke, and then he makes the conclusion that good, in relation to every other things that we've spoken about, is good is not the province of the writer. The writer cannot determine whether the person who is being written about was good or bad. I think that's at the end, that's the conclusion that I'm making when he says good is of a historiographer or autobiography. But then my question to you, my brother, you spoke about performance as and you spoke about the doing, the performance and the doing, and you said these are not questions. Maybe clarify for us, what does it mean when you talk about the performance and the doing as an action? Is what? You spoke about the right. What is right? Something that is right. When you claim philosophically about something that is right, you are saying it is right in relation to what? Because already in your philosophical understanding, you are contesting the conceptions of what is given. And therefore, by default, you should contest what is good, which at the end, you are presenting good as something that is not a historiography or autobiography promise. So if you are contesting his conception, but you are talking about the forms, are you also implying that right is a mere form? And therefore the good that you claim that you did not say it is good, this is also a mere form, which is your contestation against the writing of 50 and the writing of autobiography in relation to that Bloke, which you then say is a mere cost. Thank you.
Sure.
You see that at some point, if I understood you correctly, that evil is formless.
Yeah.
Yet you say that law is the expression of evil also.
Yeah.
Wanted to get clarity on that before I ask the question. If you could just quickly answer me back so I can answer the question, the first question I want to ask. The second that relates to performance.
Yeah, all right, so evil is formless, but it posits itself, right, through the veil of violence.
Okay, so, okay.
Right.
And you,
Yeah, right, and then in all kinds of spaces, South Africa, Jamaica, whatever.
so
Then it works through the law. The law is the veil.
the law is violent.
Yeah.
And the veil is also violence.
The veil is violence. Yeah, the law is violence. Yes.
So what I want to put to you is that the law does not exist outside of the conception of the state. It is the state that creates law.
Correct.
So is it not then seeing as law is secondary to the state, the state, the concept of state?
There's no question about that, definitely.
Okay, so we're on the same page. And then I wanted to ask about the performance thing that you said, that you perform writing. But in order for it to be, I mean, categorize the performance, is that a way of delineating it? The performance that you're putting, I mean, they're not delineating what evil looks like.
Wow.
And I'm relating that to what you're saying about evil being performance. Also, if evil is, or sorry, not evil, if right and wrong is a performance and not something that you do, it then almost abdicates the person performing it responsibility of fault. Therefore, no need for sanction, therefore, no need for the law. And so I'm just asking if this is what you're saying. The fact that it is a performance, right, or not, does that not imply at least an audience? That is the existence of an audience, but itself fundamental violation, the intimacy itself.
Yeah.
So those are my questions.
I don't want to ask it because when you started your speech, you gave a disclaimer for the attitude. So waiting for that. It was actually it is. I don't want to go into that.
No, go into it.
Yeah. One that is interesting is your speech is very philosophical. Very philosophical. And there's always a conflict between the objects. Being subjective or being objective. If you realize that sometimes you say the evil, something that is objective, but you always refer to yourself, which is subjective. So it's also, I don't know whether it's what type of people are talking about. But you start with evil, then you also move to good.
Yeah.
Of course, we are talking about
Yeah.
we are talking about liberation. I think I assume that you're trying to say evil is the actual process of subjugation.
Yeah.
Then the good, then when you move to liberation and come to the good, which you described in many ways like right. So it's very hard for me actually to question because it's more like what he said, actually I wrote it down coincidentally. It's like you are philosophizing, but also it's in the form of a philosophical point. So which you can't challenge it in person. It's more like a so it's critical level that you can't depend. I can't even say you are wrong or right. But once I do that, I'm discrediting your endeavor to do that. And also one that is very tricky is that how you describe evil, you describe it as an independent object that is formless. But as you, another thing that is it evil, something that is independent or it's an epiphenomenon, means something that comes from this phenomenon. Like for example, if we are sitting here and Chapelo does something to me, then you describe that act as evil. That means it's not independent, it's now become a phenomenon of an action. So if you realize that, I was asking, it was more like a spiritual speech that you cannot challenge directly, like as you were calling. No, it's very, very difficult the way you did. Like at one point, you are talking of evil as a universal, independent evil. Racism, which is we know that it comes from this, but if you refer to racism, it can't be an independent thing. It's an epiphenomenon of how people behave. Then we describe that act in this evil. And it cannot be something that is a form that comes that goes in the way. Yeah. So I don't want to, it's quite an interesting presentation. But at the same time, it just experience that you can't question it because you've already given many disclaimers. So I have to. Very interesting.
Would you like to respond to those three?
Yeah, sure. I mean, first, I mean, I'm engaged in a thought experiment. I don't have answers for any of your questions.
Maybe it's not about answers, but just.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can just make a couple of remarks,
Yeah.
Because I don't know many things. Without wanting to give my presentation again, but this is the sketch. Supposing that there is an original position, that is to say, intimacy with myself, which is to say that I do have a sense of the good. Reverse engineering, starting from the end, we go into the. I do have the sense of the good. When you violate that, right, what remains is only hearsay about this position that is the good. It's a position in space. So the violation obtains in relation to me here in South Africa, but it obtains in relation to somewhere or someone else in Japan. So if I'm talking about evil in South Africa, I'm saying that yes, the fact that there is evil elsewhere, right? All of this participate in some kind of evil. It doesn't have to be independent, right? But because it's everywhere and I've not been everywhere, right? What kind of form do I appeal to give an account of this? So I'm saying, actually, this thing is formless. I don't really understand. You see where I'm going with this? It's not a platonic form or anything like that, right? But it is something that is quite indeterminate to a large extent, right? That I cannot boldly assert certain meanings about it through history. If history is a production of meanings, right? Of course, I'm going to appeal to lyrical poetry, to say poetry because it's always about the present, right? And help me give an account of the kind of situation that I find. I hope that helps in some ways. So, and I imagine that I have kind of addressed your concern to say, yeah, gossip, right? Under ordinary circumstances, when people are gossiping, you know, what are they trying to achieve? Right? Some kind of integrity about themselves in relation or at the expense maybe of another person that is negative or unproductive gossip, but of course, here I'm talking about productive gossip, right? Which you can say that yes, maybe it's a longing to get that intimate thing going, but obviously it doesn't. But how do you struggle towards that intimacy? I say that you do that through performance. You don't do right. Okay, now I'm addressing the distinction between right, doing, and good. You see, if you say, it's a famous example in philosophy of language. If you are getting married and you say, I do, the idea of I do is just a performance. Right? You're not doing anything. I do. Did you take this person as your? I do. What action are you? You're not doing anything there. It's not true or false. We don't, you see? So, right, it's something like that, right? You perform right. The question is, what makes you perform right? Again, it is the realm of the brute. Through the beauty that is a force that calls you to engage in this kind of performance, right? So the good is always the condition, or the room of the good is always the condition that pulls you to engage in certain kinds of performances, including how I evaluate people's actions. That is to say, those who do wrong, right? I evaluate them as though I am performing my evaluation. So, yeah, I don't know if my brother there, I don't know if I've addressed your question in the process, okay, of my remarks.
So we've got 1 minute left, and we've got a follow-up. So do you want to offer that follow-up, and then we can conclude?
Yes. You see, declarations themselves, philosophically,
Yeah.
they are, but they are not tangible. To say I do or we, it's a statement with an intention, but it is not tangible. That's why I find it problematic for you to therefore say, when you say I do, you're not doing anything. Philosophically, you are doing something, but you're doing it at a different level. And then the next aspect is when we're making presentations, especially because it is a philosophical presentation, we are going to listen and engage you on the basis of a philosophical understanding, whether it's our limitation or not. Forms in philosophy, they are platonic. And therefore, by default, we're supposed to present this point of saying, I have delineated the forms that I'm talking about from a platonic philosophical paradigm. And therefore, you will then present it to us from the paradigm in which you were speaking on. So that's why it's, when I was speaking also about the forms, it was on the basis of that. Ensure that are we in the same wavelength, so that you are not only moving alone because you're not presenting for the group, but you are presenting for us. And when the paper is being presented at, it is not your paper, it is the paper of the consumer. The consumer must be able to understand what is the forms that you're talking about. When you're talking about the I do, it's the non-action. It is not an action that is tangible. It is an action that is philosophical of a declaration. We the people is a declaration, but you can't hold that. To declare that human rights against individual, you can't hold that. You can't hold that as a declaration. It operates at a philosophical level with a particular. So my advice would be that even when we are presenting or we are writing the paper, it is for the consumer to be able to make sense of what you are presenting, and so that even the clarification of the forms, if they are not platonic, then they should be something else. If they are not platonic, they should be whatever. If they are not, then you are also saying they are not, we just moving with them from wherever. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's gonna take me long to kind of contest what you're saying because I don't think I'm moving with you there. And of course, I want to emphasize that you are performing right. You're not doing right, you're performing right. So actually, don't say that you are doing it at a different level. How that performance, right? See, all I'm trying to do here is that Bloke and audacious writing. Many references to artists in his work and really appreciated this aesthetic kind of aesthetic possibilities. And I have an affinity with him and inspired by him in some ways. That possibly what I am saying is what he was trying to do, right? You have maybe the facts about how he moved and all that, and you made reference to the problem of morality and stuff like that. But just to say that Bloke's work seriously has a strong philosophical element that we should appreciate. It really does. A strong philosophical element that we need to appreciate in trying to give an account of the nature of reality. And that kind of philosophical approach, it is not, I think, the kind of approach that has been an instrument of domination. So I'm going to end with a hook. Babylon, you can't study Rastaman. That's culture, Joseph Hill.
Amen. That's it.
Right? Babylon, you can't study Rastaman. Organized and free, I see the light and turn against the doubt, the cult of intellectual peace. They will delay. And you will pay, brother. What we are doing here does not have to be intelligible to those who are engaged in domination.
Thank you so much, Dick. Thank you so much to Gabe, Marakai, and Swallow, and the start of a much longer and very interesting and involved conversation, I think. So looking forward to hearing how that, seeing how that unfolds beyond the seminar. It's now my pleasure to introduce Colette Gilderman. Colette is a lecturer in English at the University of Pretoria, and her interest is in how popular culture forms travel. So really fitting the consideration of Bloke Modisane's work. She's interested in how the appropriation of global North genres and idioms furthers local artistic creation and context-specific artistic creation. Her PhD was on popular forms in Drum magazine. She did at Queen Mary University as a Commonwealth Scholar. She's published on Bloke Modisane and Arthur Mayamani, and she's currently working on African crime fiction, looking at crime fiction across the continent, how traditional genres might be subverted into local contexts. So her interest in this particular paper that she's going to be presenting for us today is in the criticism that is leveled at Modisane for speaking in using North American idioms and humor in his Drum magazine short stories, and that this is seen as is labeled as a criticism, as a kind of lacking authenticity in his work. And Colette is interested in recuperating this notion of humor and idiom in Modisane's early work, to consider considering it as a transnational cultural translation. So not thinking of it as if not being locally embedded, but rather that he is drawing on transnational cultural practices and embedding them in a local context. Let's. Thank you very much. How do I change the slide? Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you. And thanks to Alex again for the nice introduction. I'm just going to start a timer for myself too. Okay, so this is what we have up there, just some ideas about where I when I think about the symposium, which is wonderful, and I'm very happy to be here. And a little bit of the rationale and background to what I'm going to talk about. So we all know, and we've heard so much, in the past day and a bit of, the extent of what Modisane did, multi-talented and, various aspects and roles.
And in 2003, which was 20 years ago, this gunner said that there's still so much more that needs to be said about this elusive figure. Of course, here we are doing that, which, as I say, is really exciting. And so Modisane is still best known for his only published book, and I was very excited to hear about all the unpublished material, which I hope will be coming to light. And there has, of course, in the Welcome Shift, as we heard this morning, but also in, Dr. Mahala's work, been attention to other aspects of his life and his life in exile and his career in exile. And despite that increasing attention, I hope there'll be a lot of it. His early career as a journalist, writer, and the role he played in the development and transformation of drum, what drum became, remains largely unknown. I mean, drum itself is sort of a largely unknown story. I mean, there's so much of it that is unknown. I'm going to talk a bit about the criticism that I think is at least part of the reason for that, and for a particular dismissal of Modisane, but also Alkamamani and Kesi Matsidi, and how critics read his work, have read his work for decades. But just on that note of his role in drum, as I say, I think it's very under-acknowledged. I think we all know the story of drum, right? It started off as African drum for this very colonial assumption about what African audiences would want to read about, history of the tribes, know yourselves. And it was a dismal failure until Anthony Sampson realized he had to get rid of Bob Chris and Jim Bailey, bring in Anthony Sampson, and get rid of the white hand, as readers called it. And it was really Modisane's, and we all associate that, I think, largely with Henry Dumalo, and it's true, but I think Modisane had a much bigger role than that. His story, The Dignity of Begging, which I'm not going to talk much about today because I've written about it, was the first story to introduce an urban setting and an urban identity, a Black urban identity. Up until that time, the stories had all been these kind of variations on the Dim comes to Joburg scene and kind of trauma in the city. And the Modisane story that he published in drum, The Dignity of Begging, does end with this very ambiguous return to the rural, which he then rewrote for the anthology that it went into in 1960, I think. So that's just my statement, that I think there's more to be said about his formative role in Drum magazine. Okay, so going to the criticism that I'm going to go through, just because I don't know, I assume a lot of people will not be familiar with it. And I've read it all, and it makes me quite angry, which is useful critically. So his stories were dismissed in the early three that we know about. That were published in the 50s. My feeling is that there are more, but they were dismissed because of their American humor and idiom as escapist potboilers that were deemed to be imported from America, and genre imported from America, and critics, and that was true for far too long, didn't see much that was important or interesting or politically significant, or anything other than imitation or escapism in these early stories. And as I say, not only Modisane, the same is true for Alkamamani's crime fiction and a lot of Matsisi's work. And I think it's precisely this idea of the imported genre, the transnational use that he and other drum writers were engaging in, that deserves our attention. Precisely this idea of the American idiom and the humor, because his stories are, I think, going to go through some of the extracts from The Respectable Pickpocket today, extremely funny, but there's something, much more going on. And it was also contributing to a recent interest in humor in South Africa. A History of Laughter. Okay, so I'm going to start with Bernd Linford's, who was, very invested, right, in African literature, and these critics I'm going to talk about are not insensitive critics from the global north. Well, they are insensitive, but I mean, they were people who were very involved in the development of African literature in America, largely. So Linford says, and this I think was the first critical work on drum, the worst stories in drum have been imitations of three types of American short fiction: the true confession, the detective serial, and the underworld comedy. And he says that these ludicrously accurate, so they're good in the imitations. Now let's talk about that. All suffer from the same affliction, which is that these writers have a talent for copying bad models well. So here he singles out Modisane as writing underworld comedies, which try to show criminals in a sympathetic or humorous light. And he refers to the respectable pickpocket, which is Modisane's third. The dignity of begging, the fight of the wool skirts in 52, dignity of begging in 51, and this one was in 54. Yeah, so he says he's writes this underworld comedy in which he's bothered by an excessively affectionate girlfriend. He then quotes from the story, something I'm not particularly going to look at, but you have it up there. And then he makes this extraordinary statement, which he does about a lot of stories. And he says, here again, there is nothing South African about the language, characters, or situation. Everything has been imported from America. And there's a reference to our narrator looking like Clark Gable. I'm going to come to this, back to the filmic references, which we talked a bit about yesterday. Okay, so in 74, Don Dodson diagnosed what he called the 4 nodes of drum, which were irony, humor, irony, realism, and romance. And then he examines each of these and it looks at what he thinks or how they relate to the problem of apartheid, which is what he expects them to do. He says that the most popular form is romance, which is not true romance, love romance. It's just any kind of escapism. So the crime fiction also fits into this. He says that interestingly, he doesn't have satire in here, presumably because he didn't think it happened in drum, and he sees very little irony. He says that it's hardly ever used, and his example of humor, remarkably not irony, is Casey Motsisi. So again, I'm not going to go into that, but you can just have a look at the critique here. He says these oppressors, this is the Motsisi stories, are the friendly adversaries, not the terrible enemies as in protest literature. The humorous description of police, landlords, and Tsotsis, the 3 villains of protest literature, differ sharply in tone from most of the South African writing that has won popularity outside the country. So there's an explicit here, but often it's implicit, contrast between the early drum writers and protest writing that followed, of course, in the 70s when Dodson was writing. But this is largely the grounds on which it's dismissed, that it's imported, it's American, it's apolitical, and it's not doing what protest literature should be doing. But this is David Rabkin, just thought I had to put him in here. He says the respectable pickpocket is written in the manner of the dignity of begging, but lacks the latter's broader dimensions. This is 1975, his PhD thesis. The following year, he would be imprisoned for 10 years under the Suppression of Communism Act for distributing pamphlets with Jeremy Cronin. Served 7 years of his sentence and died 2 years after he came out of jail. So again, I'm just saying, I'm having a go at these critics, but they are not just insensitive and inappropriate. Okay, David Moore Brown. This is a And there's so much more of this. I've really made selections. This happened when there was a whole renewed debate about drum when Michael Chapman's anthology came out, The Drum Decade. And here, Vaughan Brown is obviously having, has a problem with this idea of the anthology is celebrating the essentially middle-class attitudes of the drum writers. This is Modisane's taste for smoked salmon and asparagus. And says about the dignity of begging, it's trivializing the economic deprivation of apartheid, far from offering a commentary, which is again what he's expecting, of the criminalization of begging in a society characterized by gross inequalities. The story implicitly endorses such criminalization by luck. Its apparent endorsement of luck and gambling offers a form of escapism. Again, making the story less than revolutionary. This is 89, this is when Chapman's, and there's a huge critical debate that happens at this time about the anthology. I know I see my phone has, sorry, I've lost my timer.
You're on 15 minutes. Just on.
Okay, I should finish. Okay, just Rob Gaylord, because he specifically singles out the dignity of begging. The respectable pickpocket, again, in 2008 in his PhD. And again, he says, where is it? Yeah, both stories a little more, the other two, apart from the dignity of begging, both stories a little more than potboilers and draw on the conventions of popular American fiction, in particular the so-called tough tale. And then at the end, he says that, rather than trying to discover some kind of value in these other stories, it's unfair to acknowledge that they fail to do justice to Modisane's literary talent or his social and psychological insight. I could have had Njabula and Ndebele in here because he also talked about these Americanized stories and characters as spectacular, engaging in spectacle. Although he's much more nuanced, but he also singled out Arthur Maimane as being apolitical and not interested in South Africa. Not Modisane, Maimane. But as I said, they often, those are the three that are most dismissed. The other writers, Kantemba, obviously, Mphahlele is, recognized as appropriately literary. Kantemba's kind of on the edge. Anyway, so I'm going to look at the story that everyone has said is not interesting or just kind of completely Americanized. The Respectable Pickpocket, published in Drum in January 1954. And so after this critique of, Modisane writing these stories and the idiom of Damon Runyon, I actually started reading Runyon. He was an American writer of the early 20th century, a journalist and a writer of these kind of underworld comedies, tales about these low-life characters. They're involved in criminality, but it's not really obvious. He has a very particular style, which I will talk a bit about. So in this kind of reversal of transnationalism, I started reading Runyon to read Modisane, just as I started reading Raymond Chandler to read Maimane. Okay, so it starts with the narrator fleeing, having stolen a white woman's purse. He's running down President Street in Johannesburg, and a couple of white men try to stop him, and he gives them these names. So the first he calls chivalrous gentleman, capital letters, and then there's gallant knight who tries to apprehend him on the corner of Brissett Street. And this is very typical of Runyon's style, right? Using these descriptions as names. It's all in the present tense, again, typical of Runyon. And there is this incredible detachment in the style, right? The narrator just seems incredibly detached. These terrible things are happening, but he has this ironic detachment. In the first person, as with Modisane's story. Anyway, he leaves, it's very amusing, he leaves chivalrous gentleman reeling in agony, and he punches gallant knight who gives out a yell that can be heard in Alaska. And he runs to the Sophiatown terminus because he lives in Sophiatown, and that's obviously where he escapes to. Now, there are two ways in which Modisane's story departs, or two or three, from Runyon, which I'm interested in, which I think is obviously relevant in his adoption and translation of this form. So in Runyon, the narrator is not typically named. He's just a first-person narrator. We don't know who he is, whether it's the identity of Modisane's narrator is very much what the story is about. Also, Runyon's characters are generally not overtly involved in criminal activity, but they all know these gangsters and kind of underworld shady characters, but it's never, and they're connecting, you know, sort of criminal links, but there's never any clear sense that the narrator, it's always himself is actually involved in criminal activity. So there are these adjustments of style. So just before I go on to, I should just tell you what happened. So he escapes, he gets to Sophia Town, he's got 3 accomplices who are also running away, but he's got the purse for the money. He hides the purse at home. When the other 3 arrive, he tells them that one of the white men got the money. He then subsequently goes out that night to a club. He meets Tundi, a nice time girl. He takes her home, and the next morning he wakes up with a terrible hangover and no money. Then he goes into town where a white man, who he calls the Patriot, apprehends him because he recognizes him as one of the criminals, takes him to court, where there's a very interesting scene which I'm going to go into between the magistrate and the narrator. He gets sentenced and then sent to this farm to do hard labor. And of course he escapes, he works out how to escape. And I just wanted to bring this in because it's this lovely full neck thing that Modisane does all over in his writing. This is his escape. A sense of dire disappointment surrounds my escape. This is all too simple. There are no searchlights trying to locate me, no overdetermined police faces or stem guns, not even dogs. I would have liked to be dodging bullets. And of course, for readers, this would have had resonances, right, with Mr. Drummond's Bethel, escaping from Bethel, which is just about two years earlier, but less. And here again, this filmmaker, this is in The Dignity of Begging, where he's in court and he gives this performance of, you know, the poor beggar to you know, get out of a sentence on this, you know, I'm magnificent, an answer to every film director's dream. You can see his chance of freedom, and he puts on this performance, which is also a performance of Black urban identity, one of the first. In drama, and it's interesting that it's a performance. It's an assertion of urban identity, but it's also a performance. Okay, so now this is the court scene. And this is quite new work for me, so I welcome input. Anyway, so as I said, the Patriot has picked him up, and the magistrate asks, you know, how the Patriot knows he's the one. If there's something conspicuous about him, and the Patriot says, no, Your Honor, he just looks like one of them. And then the magistrate asks Alan, if he's known, we're getting to this, if he can explain why this man recognized him. And he says, as for the motive, I couldn't say, but this much I can. And I've just, you know, I've been told I can use this word, so just to kind of flag it. All natives look alike. I was a spectator of that shameful incident, but unlike him, I was curious. I wanted to know if the crooks would get caught. And then the magistrate asked if he could recognize the crooks, and he says, it's like I said, all natives look alike. Thank you. And the italics here are all mine, all the emphases here are mine. Anyway, then the magistrate says, and why do you refer to them as natives? Aren't you one yourself? And he says, no, sir, I'm colored. The magistrate replies, if you're colored, then I'm an Eskimo. And he says, I almost tell him I wouldn't be surprised. So there's this playing, right, on the kind of racial stereotypes and ideas of the time, you know, this kind of showing the kind of fallacy of this argument, you know, he's picked up because all natives look alike. Could he recognize one of the crooks? No, because they all look alike. And there's an ironic twist at the end. And then this magistrate saying he's an Eskimo, and again the narrator saying, well, I wouldn't be surprised. Just kind of changing the race of the magistrate into something else. Another kind of, native character. So at this point it comes out, he's not actually Alan Osmond Martins, the coloured, he is claiming to be. He's a native, he is told. And your name, the magistrate tells him, is Ezra Dungade. Any ideas? Does this mean anything to anyone? I've been working through this. And Modisane does this, he uses these very, very peculiar names, these other stories too. I have some ideas about where it comes from, but it sounds to be largely fictional, right? It's not a real identity name. Your Honor, I say unperturbed. My name couldn't be Ezra, not Dungade, but Ezra. Why that makes me sound like a Siamese, it sounds like the name of a Siamese cat. And then he makes this claim that he's coloured and he has a certificate to prove it, and that his parents are law-abiding citizens and he was brought up to respect the law. It would kill them to learn I've been mistaken for a criminal. And of course, there's a slippage here between, a coloured respectability and a common criminal, an African. And then the magistrate says, I think you're the most autistic liar I know. You're not charged with masquerading under a false name. And again, it's not masquerading as another race, it's masquerading under a false name. The court finds you guilty of vagrancy, and I sentence you to 6 months, which is where he escapes from. So I think we need to read this in light of Drum's fascination at this time was the Population Registration Act, and particularly the appeals and the appeals board and reclassification, because this is the time that, and Drum is fascinated by this, people being reclassified into another category, the appeals board, and in fact Modisane himself wrote some journalism about this. Ernest Cole, the Drum photographer, would later have himself reclassified as coloured, partly because that, that's how you got a passport. And yeah, there was the jazz musician, I can't see my notes here, he's actually had himself reclassified 5 times, largely to enable him to get married to people of different races. So one of the big characters in Drum magazine at this time is Regina Brooks, the white woman who had herself reclassified black. Sorry, and this is a very bad photo which I appropriated from Twitter. And she featured prominently in Drum. That story was 54, the same year as Modisane's story, the article. And then this is 56 and 55. Okay, so on the 55 one was Schadeberg's photograph. There's a story by Sergeant Kamala, the policeman she was living with, about how he met Regina Brooks, and there was a long speech about her in the same year. You can see in the other cover, sorry, it's a black man with white parents. So I just selected these almost at random. So there's a lot going on in Drum and Golden City Post, and about, clay whites and clay colors. So I think it's worth, okay. So I think it's worth going back to this, this discussion in the story in terms of that. Thank you. And it's really showing the kind of fictionality of race, particularly with these absurd names, even, the colored name, what is it? Alan Osmond, what is it? Oh, Alan Osmond Martins. And this again is a style of Runyon, this kind of mock pomposity. Yeah, so it seems to me there, and the Siamese cat I also have ideas about, but And you see this in my Mani stories as well, where there's a lot of kind of play about people changing color. But it's not done obviously, but it's this kind of playful references to race, which is hardly mentioned here, apart from the native, right? Like this, yeah, masquerading under a false name. I don't think this would have been a problem in a court at the time. Anyway, he's still sentenced. They can't find anything to sentence him for because no one's reported the theft. He's not sentenced for masquerading under a false name, but he is sentenced for vagrancy, which I assume goes along with the magistrate finding out that he's Black, African. Okay, so I'm going to go to the end of the story, which to me kind of, again, wraps up this play with race. So he escapes from the farm, goes back to Sophia Town, goes in search of Tanvi, whom he's been fantasizing about for I think he only did 2 weeks on the farm. Finds her, and she's very penitent, and she tells him that she stole her money, and she's very sorry, and she wants to give it back. And I haven't got it here, but this is the point at which he says, you know, he hates sentimentality. And then she says, "Don't you love me?" And he says, "Yeah, of course I love you, but we don't have to be stupid about it." And then his friends, his 3 accomplices, are in court, and he decides to go to court to support them, to watch them. And the prosecutor recognizes him. But he's there for quite a long time in the court. And there's more than one case, so he's sitting there. The prosecutor casts a proud glance over the people, and suddenly his eyes widen like he's seen a ghost. "How did you get here? What are you doing here? You were sentenced. How did you get out? The witch doctor got me out." So again, this play, right? Like he's seen a ghost. Ghosts are white, traditionally. So kind of putting him there in a position of whiteness. And this play on the witch doctor to causes a, you know, way that one debate going on in drama at the time about traditional versus modern tribal culture. You know, the drum parliament, they were constantly voting about these issues. Again, very topical issue at the time. And of course, by 4 o'clock, he's back at the fort. Only this time I'm in solitary and pulling weights tied to my feet. If I had accepted Tanvi's love, I would be safe in her arms. Now, the fort is where Lumalo was incarcerated when his Mr. Drum goes to jail. I think 2 months later. So I presume this would have been a discussion in the Drum office at the time. And say to me, lots of cross references to the actual journalism and discussion that was going on in Drum. And I'm also interested that it ends on this note of, I don't know if I can see my notes here. So it's not quite the unheroic hero, right? Which Modisane theorized, which you have in your book, Optimahala. So the hero who gets away with criminality, because of course this was a big, you know, this was a big figure in Drum. But he ends up in this position of the outlaw, which is very common for Drum stories at the time. It happens in Ramani's crime fiction. Even though he's supposed to be a detective and he is kind of, he also ends up in jail several times. And this, you know, speaks to the idea of, you know, that they couldn't, and Modisane talks about this in Blame Me on History, which I have intentionally not reread. I don't want it to interfere with my reading of the stories. But about that, you know, his early fiction was looking at these characters who were against the law, who were defiant, deviant, because of course it was impossible in apartheid South Africa to be Black and not to be criminalized. And hence this connection was the, you know, Drum's fascination also with Tutsis, and of course Lewis and Kotsi calling Cantemba and intellectual songs. So have I run out of time? And that was great. Thank you so much. Welcome ideas.
Thanks.
about continuing to read the story. Shall I stay here?
Yeah, if you would, thanks. Thanks so much, Liz. Yeah, it was really, and for me, I feel there's a strong link between you and
Yeah, I highlighted the masquerading, but I didn't say anything about it. It's against this idea of masks and performance.
yeah, so I think it's strong link that could be made to Gabe's work. I was thinking for me, what resonated was the idea of, you know, the reviewers you were quoting, this need to stand by a moral good, find a moral good in his writing.
Okay, yes.
And then it feels to me like your attention is on the gossip, what he's trying to do through the gossip, it's more popular genre. You know, a lot to be said and a lot to be thought about. So the question, we'll take a tweet. Okay, gonna go, there's the people who will come to you and in the second round.
I saw one of the spots name was familiar. The criticism.
Oh, yeah.
And when we did lines, the on Brown, and all these Marxists were writing
Yes.
stories, you know, some sort of Marxist allegories, and they felt them as the humor. And of course, that the audiences for these stories that they may not have, you know, at the time,
Yes.
probably not aimed at Marxist things. Now, how do you see those criticisms of that time? And I know they were quite popular, especially at the event of Natal and Goods. There was, I can't remember now, Ian Stedman actually, who was a drama critic. Until someone, I think, a German critic, said, well, why do we have all these terms like working class as bourgeois that? When we are just talking about, you know, characters in a book. In other words, important, you know, as those criticisms were, there was a sense in which, for example, most of them, of course, were directed at either drama stories or you know, the poetry that is Kafka, 1970. That these stories were what Novella was trying to argue in Rediscovery of the Ordinary, were stories that were something like art stories, whose meanings, not one meanings lay elsewhere in the area of reading, rather than in, you know, the writers. They sort of read and hieroglyphically.
Yes.
You know, the products of the writers have all conscious.
That's what I feel. Yeah.
Yes, you know, the writer and the story is of irony. You know. So how do you see those criticisms today of the same stories as you read in a different context and in that very heavily Marxist, and I would even say that very liberal Marxist, you know, rhetoric of that's.
Thanks. Well, thanks for this very insightful presentation. You actually gave me a new perspective. Short stories about it. I feel some of this critics lack the appreciation of the context that is being a black South African man living in a country, you know, at the time. I think Bloke, especially in social writing in South Africa, tries to put these things in context. You know, what we started. And obviously, his humor flew over their heads, right? That becomes obvious. But I think, and you know, notwithstanding what I just said, I feel Bloke's explanation or his critique in social writing in South Africa is actually much stronger, or it gives a better understanding, or at least it did to me, of image of begging in particular. You know, because that's where he shows that Black in South Africa was between the lines in the first instance, and therefore, you know, law being white in South Africa, and he does this even in he says this even in Why I Ran Away, you know, to say law is white. So it is natural to have characters who try by all means to go against the law because the law was naturally against them. I think they missed it completely, and I have this copy. I have to read it to you. This version.
I'd love to read it.
Of
Thank
the
you.
story of the essay.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, thank you. Very, very insightful.
Well, thank you. Symposium, you know, got me to be engaged with some new, like Modisane. I mean, I read this story years ago, but to reread it. Because it's sweet, yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I found it fun. I enjoyed it because I could recognize something that actually I picked it up from Professor Mhladi's presentation yesterday. He raised something critical about Bloke, in which how he writes is something that he employs in in his writing, that he sort of uses these ways of handing on, having put a particular kind of mask. And probably yesterday read this extract where in Pagan history, where Bloke came from out and and he had to put in a mask to pretend that he's sorry and all that. And when you presented on that extract that you've used, I could pick up that part of, the conversation there had to do with these questions of recognition. And like the identity, and what wants to hide himself, or those kind of things. And yesterday I was asking Professor Mhladi about this idea of invisibility. How can I maybe tie that with that extra, with that particular idea of invisibility? Because even in Bloke's short story, The Dignity of Beggars, Nathaniel is not, Bloke says in history, he gave him these particular deformities, being black and being, being black as a handicap, and he deformed. But when you read the story, The Dignity of Begging, his deformity is not in fact, the way in which he tells his story, the way in which he is not formed in any form, even in his intellect, and I feel like that's part of this humor in The Dignity of Begging. So, what would you say about this idea of invisibility in, Bloke's sentences?
Thanks. Okay, so let's start with the first question about the critics. As I said, I think they're all well-meaning, and they're all writing starts, with benefits and lots of in the wake of protest literature. So I think they're obviously schooled in a very particular way about, what Black South African writing should be doing, which is of course problematic. I know some of them were my teachers, and there was a VCT with Kill and Soul. who I admire greatly. I think the problem is that exactly what you said, that they didn't understand how it would actually work in drama. And there was this very arrogant presumption. It's actually Don Dodson who annoys me the most. He talks about the letters that readers wrote to drama. And he actually says these readers must be delusional, if they think these things actually happen. So it's kind of missing out on that whole idea of readership and how they were interpreted. Which is the same thing with Maimani, because apparently he was telling gangster stories, in his fiction. And I think that's what African popular culture criticism, was Karen Barber and Stephanie Newell gave us, this focus on African readerships and what was going on. So I'm sure there was a whole lot of it. I haven't looked at these particular stories. Looked at some of the others, the crime fiction. And I should have said, the story was actually published in Home Post. There's a fiction called Home Post, which is where the kind of comics were. And so it seems drama itself was thinking it's not a particularly serious story, because James Matthews' story, The Champ, comes about 20 pages later and kind of outside of this categorization, but I'm losing my thread. So yeah, I think, it's very much, it is that historical context of protest writing, and the drama writers come off worse, come off looking bad, apparently, against the more politicized protest writers. And I think there's as much politics in the kind of popular stuff in drama. It's just encoded in a way that's not being recognized. So it was a big obstacle for me when I first worked on drama, to go up against all these I knew. I don't know if I've responded appropriately, but
No, you have. Yes. How you are leaving stuff. What used to be a very strong master's tradition, which lacked history, ironically.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yeah. And I think it was also because of the banning, the rights. Yeah, weren't being read. Well, I'm not quite sure how that worked with them, actually. I never thought about that, but they were kind of lost to even to, because when the Black consciousness writers in the 70s came along, they said they had no one to look back to. So yeah, complicated processes of criticism and forming particular canons. And of course, these critics themselves were not interested in popular culture. It's not just a dismissal of the popular culture in drama, it's a dismissal of popular culture. That's why the American popular culture form is bad. And interestingly, I've only found out recently when I started working on Runyon that he's also not been studied seriously in America.
I think the Ghanaian writer, Heike Amar, wrote a critique of our past, and coined that phrase, criticism as fiction. Criticism could very easily turn into fiction.
Yes.
Clarify stuff.
Yes. Thank you.
Couple of minutes.
Do you have a question?
No.
Okay, I appreciate very much. And then the invisibility. I think it's the masquerade, right? That he can, especially in the dignity of begging, that he can get away by acting a certain role. So if he acts the role of the kind of traditional beggar, native, subservient, there's a kind of an invisibility, right? Maybe.
Because when I was thinking about this concept of invisibility, because it has to do with this idea of trying to appear as, and trying to hide yourself under something, or you're appearing in a form of disguise, disguising yourself in this form,
Yeah.
to articulate something, and And, and that concept plays in those terms. For example, even the questions of recognition in that extract, in the respectable, the respectable people, that they're playing around these questions of recognizing it as this, but as someone says this has to do with these ideas of visibility and invisibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I can't grapple with the term directly. And I wanted to get maybe that kind of idea of how to tie these because to me they seem loose, but
It's something my mommy does too, for his crime fiction. So he can get away with things because he looks like certain people. So he doesn't look like a PI. So he can masquerade as a gangster, which he does quite often, or as a crook, because they don't expect him to be a PI because he's black. And of course that's a fiction because you wouldn't have had those kinds of black private investigators. So yeah, it is exactly about that, appearing to be something else. Using people's assumption to become invisible. I'm just thinking, when was Ronald Ellison? Because this is a similar, a little bit later. I don't know if he was looking at as well, because they were, I don't know if I specifically read Ellison. I'm sure that some of them had read the other, what's the other writer at the time? Richard Wright.
We've got one question online, and you wanted to ask a question, so we just take 30 minutes. So, do you want to ask a question?
I have a question, comment. I haven't seen any work on what Jim Bailey was trying to do and what his journalists were trying to do and what the government would do. So it was a very interesting oppositional personalities that Bailey got editors from Fleet Street, working at on upright newspapers in Britain. And he came here and he got journalists who were in fact teachers, English language graduates, and put them in the newsroom. And his very specific instruction was that they should not write the fancy English that they had learned at university, but they should write what was actually being spoken in the townships. And if you take a person like Casey, same thing as Bloke, he was also accused of being another common Runyon.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the truth was that the readers identified themselves in the stories that were being told.
Yeah.
Cases had been calling.
Yes.
Was very popular.
Yeah.
Right at the time that he died, because he used to write about what people actually felt, things that they couldn't say because of the various laws that were there, but ultimately the readers understood the irony of what was there. When he spoke about bugs, those two characters, people remember that every time they were in jail, they had to battle the bed bugs that got to them. When he spoke about Maditaba next door, they recognized that person. This time was a copy of Diamond Runyon, but essentially he was talking about people's lives, the readers' lives.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, which is it's amazing what he got away with in those bugs columns, right? But censorship didn't it didn't attract censorship while Althea Gibson was being taken off the front page, but got away with extraordinary political discussions in the bug column.
I'm going to take sorry, Mani, can you hear me? Do you want to unmute yourself and speak?
Yes, thanks very much, Prof. Thanks for your presentation. I'm just interested, it seems to me that the historians have done a great job to help us remember Bloke in his centenary. My question really is, do we have Bloke today? Do we have Black writers today who represent and resemble Bloke's imagination and intellectual character? It appears to me that the South African society today is not that much different from that society that Bloke was writing about. Now, the question is, we can go back and forth in history, but the question is, how would Bloke view us today? Has he managed to inspire other Blokes in the contemporary South Africa to explain the tragedies of our lives today? I'm just imagining now the high school learners who are trying to look for Bloke around society in South Africa today. It seems to me there is none. I would like to find out, Prof, whether is it easy for you to identify a writer who resembles Bloke today? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't think that's a question specifically for me. I think it's everyone here.
So can I just those two and then
Yes, this one, the last one. I think I don't think that was the question. I just wanted to say that on the narrative, Arthur Mamani claimed he had to leave the country because he had written true stories and the gangster price on his head, which Don Matera has actually said is true. So they're Blokes today. And I really don't think, and I can open this, ask the.
And I think that's take it as a challenge to the current relationship of
A challenge? Yeah, not. And I think it is, again, it's very context based, right? I mean, I don't know what we're talking about because there's so many Blokes. If we're talking about the satirical popular style, yeah, I can't think of anyone. I mean, there's some crime fiction that uses the kind of popular genre. But even they're not a lot and not in this particularly satirical way.
I also think that the 1950s, well, at least the rise of 1950s, was, in my view, part of the Renaissance. Almost the Renaissance that was brought about by certain conditions. And so one must look at the conditions that produce certain types of literature, certain type of writers. And if one looks at South Africa today, perhaps there's no need to put on a mask as much as time. It would probably be bizarre, to write about putting on a mask to deal with what today, because everyone's out in the open, so to speak. Perhaps those who are still putting on masks are the LGBTQ, who are still perhaps trying to come out of the closet and push back into the closet and the opinion. Because of problematic, of legislating against Uganda. So those are the people who might still put on a mask to speak in the same way that women writers in the 19th century would call themselves judges when they're married someone. Because women that could not be writers in the late 19th age.
Even
so the idea of putting on a mask shifts.
I think it's also what you were saying yesterday, is that these are incredibly, life was just incredibly fictionalized, because I mean, Nkosi has talked about this, Lewis Nkosi, that they didn't have anyone to look, they didn't have their own models, you know, all they had were models that they had to reject, like Alan Payton, but they didn't have, and he's spoken about this, you know, they wish that they had some Black figures, heroes that they could look at and draw on, but they didn't, so they made it up.
So we could, you know,
Another very rich discussion that will continue beyond the panel. We're not going to have a tea break. We're going to move on to the second section. I feel like I need to.
So I mean, these yes, freedom access to share and say, yeah. Yes.
you were saying that it fits to itself. It was generally
use the
yes. Will you? It's really full time. Now, it's just some middle because of the that I've been the other time. And now we need to do very well. Well, so we do.
Rambush, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I was wondering whether you had a presentation you would like to share, or whether you're going to speak and we'll just hear your voice. Because I can't see you on the online, or next presented online. Okay, I hear you.
I can hear you. Can you see me now?
Oh, there you are. There you are. Okay. So I'll quickly introduce you. Mphuthumi Ndabeni lives in Cape Town, where he is a political commentator and writer. His debut novel, The Broken River Tent, won the University of Johannesburg debut prize in 2019. His second novel, Wanderers, was partly written while he was a writing fellow here at the Johannesburg Institute for Advanced Study. Today, Prabhush will be reading a paper titled Creatively Reading Bloke, Modisane. What do you, Prabhush?
Good afternoon, everyone. You must pardon me a little bit because I have a flu, so I hope my voice can be heard very well on that side, on that other side.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. The idea of writing a blog's literary works for me, or rather commenting on blogs' literary work, came to me a long time ago when I was still in Germany. I decided rather hastily on a whiskey fork to take an overnight train from Berlin to Dortmund. I went via Dresden, where to see someone I fancied then. I invited her to come along with me so we could, so that she could be impressed by me, that I was a real scholar, because I was looking for dead writers, South African writers and all that. Well, from that day on, I had this notion that once I had stood next to Bloke's grave, that as if I had met my ancestor, so to speak. because I had read Blame Me on History perhaps twice before then, and I have since read it several times. Let me start by saying Ernest Hemingway, in his difficult book, which is very difficult to class, called The Movable Feast, warns us that, and I quote, all remembrance of things past is fiction. So what I will do is to caution anyone who reads Bloke's Blame Me on History on this, because this is a very good warning. As much as it's a great book, and I don't think much some of the things that Bloke tells us there can withstand the rigorous test of what academic historians perhaps will call a historical document. And this is actually its strength, not a weakness, for it gives us something much more important than mere historical facts. Blame Me on History give us an impression of an awake mind to the facts of history. This, in my opinion, is an invaluable task that Bloke did for us by documenting the era of how Sophiatown was raised down. I think we can all agree that Bloke was, if not the first, one of the first Black artists to transform his life experiences into art, which is what Blame Me on History is. We can argue about his influences, which I do in my forthcoming book, which shall be published by the Tafelberg later this year. But the thing perhaps I can say is that that kind of writing seemed to be popular at that particular time, when we remember that even Prof. Ezekiel Mphahlele produced for us the Down 2nd Avenue, which is written on the similar thing.
Rambush,
Are you speaking
please
to
excuse me.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, do you have a PowerPoint? Or
No, I don't have a PowerPoint.
oh, okay, please, if you can resume.
You can, yeah, okay. Does that
Thanks.
mean you can't hear me very well?
No, we can. We just thought maybe you had a PowerPoint. I was advised you might have.
Oh, okay, no. No,
I can hear you clear.
that's fine then. Okay. What I love most about Blame Me on History is the manner by which Bloke's conventional speaking take us through our personal history, the terrors of being alive under the apartheid regime. From him, we learn that the past comes into the present and that the future has an ancient heart. It depicts the realities of living in an overpopulated and oppressed residential area with culture characterized by jazz music, movies, illicit beer brewing, political unrest, gangramism, and all the things that other speakers here have already spoken about. So I'm not gonna get into. The most fascinating thing for me, I suppose, also is that in all that, Bloke's contrast Sophiatown with West Dean, where you particularly are situated at this particular moment. I think what makes Bloke more interesting to me than most drum writers is the manner by which he teaches that writing can be an act of preserving one's life. Because let's not kid ourselves. Bloke was at the end of his tether when he started writing To Blame Me on History. And we can say in a way that that book saved his life. What I like most about Bloke is that he was among the first to see also the poison of glorified township life, the style of so-called urban sophistication, and all that other people have spoken about, which at that time had perhaps a dangerous aspect of being glorified as real life and all that stuff. And as we know, most drum writers took their cue and like tried to copy the American urban life, sometimes successfully, sometimes not so successfully. In my thinking also, I praise them, but I choose them in a sense that they discontinued another form or genre of writing, which was coming mostly from the Eastern Cape, that was established since the British colonials got into the Eastern Cape with the missionaries. And then the first Black writers in the Eastern Cape were much more concerned with what I term historical fiction. And then the drum writers kind of discontinued that kind of a genre because they were much more influenced by the urban bars of the American writing that was popular then, from James Baldwin and all that stuff. But that's not a criticism per se, more than is something that I noticed. Imagine when I realized at the end that Bloke himself, and I mean, when I started reading, especially his unpublished work, was a much more historical writer than I had anticipated him on, because I'd only read Blame You on History, which is basically based on his personal experiences. But then I read his letters and I read a lot of material that he never published. I realized that Bloke actually was a very careful historical writer himself. So he might have not been a strict historian, but he was a very good historical novelist, if you like to say. Well, we still don't have, I still haven't found the manuscript that he researched so well in Tanzania about the Manji Manji, which was commissioned by the Guggenheim. So I don't know what that, but there are other unpublished works of Bloke that shows you how much of a historical fiction writer or even a strict historian he was. Let me draw you, for instance, an example of a play that is called The Somebody. In that play, he imagines a character sitting under a tree next to a Mendi monument at a new Sophia town. This character he calls a Makana, and most of you would probably know who Makana is, because it's Nile, the Makana of Grahamstown. And this character that Bloke is imagining in The Somebody has spent 30 years in Robben Island. And now you must remember also that Bloke is writing this play in 1985. So you can imagine the prophetic spirit and the prophetic accuracy that he imagined that. So this character is depressed by the political state of the country when he comes out. He sits under the tree on this monument, and there are young people who are rioting. They are tearing down statues of the historical past, including mostly those of the colonial past. And then this character is an old man, is a little bit depressed by this. And then he looks at it and he tries to reason with these young men. But then mostly the discussion end up in a comical manner and even in tragedy at some time. So it doesn't take a genius to realize that here Bloke actually anticipated what we call the False Revolution. So, and then this character who he actually initially called it Mandela, but then he bloated it with an ink and called it Makanda in the end. But then here, I came to tell you about what I call the reading Bloke creatively. So the only way I can do that properly, I think, is to read you a page or two from my forthcoming book. So this chapter I'm reading from is entitled "The Wind Before the Storm," and we are in it imagining the feeling of Bloke during the death of his colleague and friend, Henry Numa. And so I read. We can imagine it as one of those normal Johannesburg busy summer afternoons, steaming in heat during late December of 1956, when the heat hung thick and hazy on the nooks and crooks of white clay copies nearby. There's a heightened buzz on the township streets because it's Yuletide, the Christmas season. Henry Nxumalo, an experienced journalist and a colleague of Bloke at the Drum magazine, is marked by some anxiety about the story he's working on at New Clare, a sister township of Sophiatown across the main road. Whitewashed by the panting summer light, New Clare is alive with this normal boisterousness. Children skipping ropes, kicking ball, pushing old tires with stick, loud music from shebeens and smoke coming from backyard meat, roasting on makeshift stands and on. Above the roar and honk of motor vehicles along the street, gunnels and twisted old houses with rusting roofs and broken fences. Slanting and tottering, streets with polka dot brown pools where dogs and chickens wander aimlessly to the feet of workers coming from their duties, rushing to cook supper. Lovers smooching on street corners and police van driving around with occasional loudspeaker calls, dispersing permanent lines of alcoholics queuing on Speak Easy for My Imbamba, the toxic homemade brews of underground shebeens. And the mischief of the early evening coming from street gamblers who live on trains robbing the unsuspecting. The police vans dispenses them too, looking for rumored rioters who are agitating against the system by refusing to relocate to the new township founded on and to replace soon to be raised down dust of Sophiatown. The tortoises are upping their game during this time also, thinking of all the paid December bonuses to rob their victims of. The story Nxumalo is working on is about illegal abortions secretly conducted by a white surgeon on the desperate black girls in the township. This is what Nxumalo's informant has told him. The informant is probably someone who works at the hospital. The arrangements have been made for them, to secretly witness live the procedure, somehow perhaps even take pictures if opportunity presents itself. The pictures would definitely collaborate the story best. At the time, Nxumalo is freelancing to earn time for writing his autobiography that is commissioned by an American publisher. In freeze of anxious panic, when Bob Gosane, his pre-arranged cameraman, does not show up, Nxumalo goes to the House of Truth, which is what they call Canterbury's joint in New Clare. Like Sophiatown, New Clare forms part of the Waterval 10 farm. The main road separates the two townships, which has shops where everyone buys their groceries from. After knocking several times, Henry is told by a neighbor that Ken is not in. The neighbor even volunteers in township Boboza style, the extra juicy details of Ken having left with a white chick on a blue and white Buick. Still feeling a little bit apprehensive about doing the job, so Nxumalo decided to go and ask another colleague, Bloke in Sophiatown. At Sunset Boulevard, Bloke's ominous house name, Nxumalo discovered Bloke is not in a working mood nor condition. He has been drinking, entertaining two girls he met at the shebeen. Jazz sounds are flowing, accepting by the sonorous voice of Miriam Makeba, whose live show he had listened to live at the Red Carpet Prestige shebeen in Good Street the previous night. This kind of music is on the air all over the township, fostering a stubborn, defiant mode against the fucked up nature of things. We won't move, every corner, the graffiti reads. This afternoon, under the torment of raging hormones, Bloke is feeling subdued, resigned and morose. Looking forward to getting late, he tries to pump himself with peach brandy. Bedding one or two of the ladies is the only real thing on his mind at that moment. So he changes the tune the minute Numalo steps outside the door. Even though feeling a little guilty for letting him down, or for letting his friend down and colleague, he hopes that Numalo would understand. The song he changes to is later immortalized by Tandy Klassen, but the version Bloke is listening to then is that of Dolly Ratebe. He recently conducted an interview with her for the Golden Post. Dolly, as Ratebe is popularly known then, is a notorious flirt without putting out. Every guy at the magazine wants to sleep with her. They even have a betting jar to be won by whoever finally bets such a star at the Drum magazine offices. Bloke comes close but never actually does. His colleagues think he did, but in typical radical honesty, he denies it, even though he would have gained mature points for admitting it. We believe him because Bloke is many things, but never modest or dishonest. Not unless he felt a gentleman's duty never to kiss and tell, which would have been the first, since he normally bragged about his sexual conquests. Whatever the case, whenever the song plays, Bloke is not sure if it is about nostalgia, love, anger, defiance, community, or all of the above. He just likes how it makes him joyful, even in his perennial sad, melancholy character. And Dolly goes, and the song we all know. I will not sing it, but it goes, see the people standing in the doorway, see the bright lights on a summer night. I can hear the music from Fatty's bar. I can see my passing by. I had no chance to say goodbye to romance. I had no time to leave it all behind.
Are you there, Bush? Okay, apologies for that. We had to slightly have an intermission because of load shedding, and our speaker could not rejoin us timelessly for us to resume the session. So we will swiftly move on to the next presentation for this section of the day. This is going to be our last presentation before we break for lunch. I'm excited to introduce to you Wamui Mbao. He is a writer and a literary critic. He teaches literature at Stellenbosch University. His research interests are in South African popular culture, literary criticism, and architecture and automotive histories. Wamui is a fiction critic with the Johannesburg Review of Books. He is also the editor of Years of Fire and Ash, South African Poetry of Decolonization. His work has appeared in various publications. His short story, The Bath, was noted as one of the most significant short stories of South Africa's new democracy. He is the recipient of a South African Literary Award for his body of literary criticism. Today, he will share with us his paper titled Searching for Bloke on Bloke Modisane's Fugitive Archive. Wamui, over to you online. Do you have a screen you would like to share?
No, just me, thanks. Is my audio okay? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, but somehow you're not connected to our polycam here.
I can see myself on the screen behind you.
How do we connect here? Because if you just hold on a sec, because I can hear you, just not resonating in the room. So we'll just quickly connect you to the seminar speaker as well.
No problem. Bloke Modisane, when we talk about Bloke Modisane and other Black South African writers of the mid-century, what often strikes me is how much of the conversation or that conversation is structured by loss. And here we're talking of subjects who, for a variety of reasons, found living under the conditions of apartheid impossible, subjects who fled or exiled themselves or were exiled, who disappeared or were made invisible by the circumstances under which they found themselves. And these complex historical processes of living, which we collectively call exile, cannot be disentangled from the kind of biographical lore of authors like Bloke Modisane, obviously Kantemba, Bessie Head, Noni Jabavu, Alex Laguma, and others, whose careers are marked indelibly with the fugitive gesture of leaving. So I want to think here in this paper particularly about what we do with the unwieldy archives that result from these figures. And here I'm thinking about archives that are unwieldy because they resist gathering. In this regard, I'm thinking with Anne Stoler's challenge to us that we should engage the archive as subject rather than the archive as source. And I linger here on the idea of the archive as subject as a way to engage with Bloke Modisane, whose archive, such as we know it, is scattered, fragmented, heavily weighted to one side by the autobiographical work Blame Me on History, and at various places either relatively or comparatively slender or relatively or comparatively difficult to access. So thinking about the archive in this way invites us to consider how we do things around and through the archives we work with, and of course, how archives themselves shape how people are remembered. When we understand the subject or the archive as subject, we understand something about the violence of exile, something about the way it blots out and the way it comes to stand for the whole story of a person's life. So we might be prompted to think about how, in this regard, the unhomed writer, the exiled writer, is an alienated figure. And exile here is a word that denotes outsiderness, but also a word which conjures up other words, expulsion, exit, removal, limbo, waiting, banishment. All of these words connote kind of states of being outside, states of enforced separation from one's home, from what one knows. And of course, the story of exile is by its nature an untold and somewhat untellable story, a story of absence that can only be explained afterwards, if at all. But it is also a story of opacity, it's a story of incoherence, and very often a story of messiness. And so that word becomes a portmanteau for a set of experiences that exceed containment, experiences that are at once violent, incredibly violent in many instances, and normalized within the kind of framework of 20th century South African Blackness, where of course Blackness is criminalized, as some of our speakers have gestured to. But of course we know that, you know, everyone's story of exile is different. Nat Nakasa's story of exile is not the same as Bessie Head's story of exile, and Miriam Makeba's story of exile is not the same as Bloke Modisane's or Arthur Norkeer's or Lewis Nkosi's or Netta Mbulu's. Nevertheless, the specter of exile, with its dehistoricizing, decontextualizing, universalizing effects, looms large over the Bloke Modisane archive, and it's something which comes to dominate discussions of the archive, I think. So in this paper, I'm less interested in the individual contents of the archive, such as it exists, than I am in the shape and the use of this thing that we call the archive. The title of my paper signals to the fugitive nature of the works of these creative souls I've mentioned now. And here I want to lodge this term, fugitive, with Stefano Hani and Fred Merton's concept of the Black fugitive as the figure who, either from necessity or choice, functions outside of the normative state in order to get beyond the reach of destructive state power. I want to draw out the inner logic of such a conception of fugitivity, where fugitivity here constitutes not merely a response to, but also a refusal of the heinous conditions of Black life under apartheid. And of course, that refusal is characterized in many of the stories of the figures I've mentioned by a kind of slipping away and escape and evasiveness. So when we think about fugitivity in this sense, what I think happens is that we reroute the life characterized therein away from a kind of elegiac relation to the past towards reckoning with the kind of temporal forward that by all accounts was Bloke Modisane's intellectual trajectory. I'm just going to pause there. What I mean by that is that very often, because the story of exile tends to predominate these kinds of life discussions, the relationship is always one in which exile is figured as a relationship of escape from something, escape from the grand thing. And I think that tends to have the effect of fixing the figures who practice that exile, who practice that fugitivity within this kind of backwards looking relationship to the past, to the thing they've escaped from. Whereas I think by all accounts, Bloke Modisane and many of his writing contemporaries were forward looking in their intellectual trajectories. They were interested in what was happening around them in a very contemporary sense, something which I think needs to be explored in perhaps greater detail than it has been up until this point. So the enacting of the refusal to reckon with the conditions of Black life under apartheid through fugitivity has interesting consequences for the temporal visibility of the fugitive subject. In this case, Modisane's fugitive archive is the thing that outlasts him. It's a thing that remains of him. And through the fragmentary, occluded glimpses that we have, we see that, or we can glimpse that he is an enthralling writer, that he is a captivating screen presence whose hold on us is all the more pronounced because, as we saw in some of the clips that were being shown yesterday, he is always kind of slipping from view. He's fading to black or being dragged from sight. So he's someone who has, to borrow a phrase from Pumla Kola, a strange sense of visibility. You know, he belongs to a category of author who is very often name-checked more frequently than he is read. And I'm not saying that to say anything disparaging. I think that when someone falls into that category, you know, see here also Karen Temba, Miriam Tadi, and many others, it's a testimony to the fact that, you know, there is something inaccessible about their work or what remains of their creative output more than anything else. So where Modisane is concerned, fugitivity has generated what I would term a push-pull effect in the wake of an ever-increasing gap between us and his work. As a number of people who knew him atrophies of each year, or as he recedes temporally as well as geographically, so our understandings of him grow narrower and more directed. So of course we're familiar with the shorthand terms, the organizing ideas and the kind of established projects of seeing that writers like Modisane are constantly drawn into, whether that be in relation to the drum writers category or to the perpetual awareness of the exilic Black writer, or to generational discussions of Black life. And while these salvos are useful in some sense because they maintain a kind of visibility for the author, they also work to relegate him to being the kind of actor in a tragic story, which is simply a recurring version of other tragedies about the wasting of life that apartheid constituted. So that's the push on the one hand, but there is also the pull. And here I think of the instructive and important reassembling work by figures like Lewis and Corsi, Liz Gunner, Mark Sanders, Dr. Spiro Mahala, of course, and others, as well as important forthcoming work by people like Siyabonga, thank you very much, who's presenting later and who is chairing the session, and whose thesis, from what I've seen of it, seems to be a key intervention against this kind of forgetting. And so I think that projects like the Symposium, which do the important and necessary work of conjuring and alchemizing visibility from the fugitive archive, are also signals of a yearning for repair and mending, for new grammars of knowing that shift us away from aporia and lacuna. And I think that we are driven by an urge to make Bloke Modisane's story whole, to make the story legible in some way, and that's very often what drives interventions like this. And here, of course, we confront the difficulty of making sense of what we might term Black life in flight, where the archive is always gesturing outside of itself. And again, here I think of Catherine McKittrick's idea that the archive, in this sense, might be readable not simply as a measure of what had happened, but as indicators of what else happened. You know, the gaps and the lacuna gesture to what else might be present, what else might be unglimpsed or unseen. So one way to make sense of this story, the story of Bloke Modisane, is then through the material productions, the texts, and I use that in the most encompassing sense to talk about the short stories, the screenplays, the journalistic output, etc. The texts and traces that become points of memory, that become objects which testify in their physical presence or absence, or in their degradation or obsolescence, or in the story of their recovery, and very often that recovery happens at the last minute or during a clean out in a forgotten pile of papers, or, you know, that last minute discovery among other unremembered things. All of these gesture to the conditions of life for their author. And so many of these objects, these things that constitute the archive, are what I might term things in serendipitous motion. Their existence and their visibility being quite different things, of course. And what I mean by that is that they only become usable archival material through the workings of chance, you know. So someone discovers something, or someone takes the effort and goes somewhere, and someone decides to digitize something, and there we have a new thing that adds to the archive. And this tendency often frustrates meaningful and sustained engagement with the work of someone like Bloke Modisane because of the, what I might term, the unhappily dispersed nature of the works that comprise the archives. And obviously it would be great if there was a kind of central repository from which all of these texts, recordings, etc., could be accessed. But of course, that's not necessarily the way in which archives work, even when they are constituted formally. So for instance, a trait that often marks academic work on Modisane, and here I think of Liz Gunner's insightful historicization of Bloke's relationship to radio, or even Siyabonga's description of how, you know, his thesis on Modisane is rooted in the exploration of quote unquote previously unexplored archives from South Africa, Germany, America, France, and the United Kingdom. And I also think here of the discovery a decade or so ago of several items related to Modisane among the papers of Colin Leggan, including that unpublished short story, All Sons of Gaika. How these things gesture to an archive that struggles to be accessible, an archive that struggles to be visible. And when things do happen, so for instance, with the discovery of the several objects among the Leggan papers, we see a kind of burst of interest in Modisane's work, signaled by a, you know, I think there was a special journal issue and a few other things in that regard. And that story in particular, which was found among Colin Leggan's papers, is a fragment that gestures, in my view, towards the possibility of other texts. So I think the excitement is generated by the sense that, okay, if we can still find things now, potentially there might be other things which are hidden or lost or discarded. And of course, being a fragment, it's also both an affirmation of existence and a testament to loss. So in this sense, I want to ask if we might consider when we read against, incompletion, precarity, and fragmentation, that the archive is both a representation of failure and of irreparability. In this sense, the Bloke Modisane archive, like those of many of South Africa's Black mid-century writers, is something which struggles against irretrievability. It's constantly struggling against in a kind of precarious way, being pitched into the zone of the irretrievable. And so there's much more to be said here, of course, but I think that for many of us who read and work with figures like Bloke Modisane, doing this work means being caught up in the tangle of seeking access or finding routes to visibility, asking who has this, where can this be found, what will this cost, and reckoning with the general inaccessibility of archival material. And of course, there are questions to be raised here about the workings of the archives in general, which I do in the larger paper. And I think in this regard, there's a really insightful conversation that I recall on this subject between Professors Grace Basila, Pumapola, Barbara Boswell, and Modisane about the nature of archives. And I found that singularly instructive to think with when I was preparing this. In particular, the question of how archives might be remade as accessible things. And of course, the concomitant questions around that concern what accessibility looks like, what forms does it take? We have to ask what the relation might be between accessibility and use, or to put it another way, is it enough for these works to be accessible to some kind of imagined public beyond the scholars who sit in rooms, digital or otherwise? Who is the imagined public beyond us who sit in these symposiums or who do this kind of scholarly work? So when it comes to a figure like Bloke Modisane, where we contend with what I term the perilous futurity of the archive, and here I'm wrapping up, where the visibility of the contents are eroding from visibility, and we are an increasingly greater remove from them, reading those who have read him, hearing from those whose relationships to him grow increasingly less proximate as those in closer proximity die off. Perhaps one question might be whether to ask whether there are other ways outside of archival digging. And here I think I gesture towards the sense in which it might be fruitful to think about ways which don't take for granted important questions around what we are entitled to find out, what we are entitled to access, and what we are entitled to put to use. I think very often as academics, we tend to regard the archive as being a resource, as something to draw from, to take from in particular ways. And I think that perhaps that relationship requires reworking. Of course, we know that Black lives are too often lived under regimes of scrutiny, and in some senses, the fugitive archive and all of its fracturedness or its brokenness, with all of its evasiveness, in some ways might be generative to think through, because it makes something visible about the life of the subject in a way which is perhaps more helpful to us in understanding it from our current perspective than if we try to reconstitute it completely, if we try to find all of the lost documents and things that are out there. So thank you, I'll end there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mbao, for that. Those provocations about the fugitive archive and those stellar examples about the different modes of exile and different routes of exile that so many Black cultural workers from South Africa took, Modisane being one of them. This restless tension in the intellectual itineraries of their lives and questions that we as cultural practitioners, academics, and members of the community have to wrestle with in terms of legacy, memory, remembering, which is all part of, I suppose, why we are gathered here over 2 days as well, in trying to critically provide perspectives about some of the traces people like Bloke left behind and what they might mean for, broader intellectual currents in South Africa and in the world at large. I'm not sure if Rambush is still online because he didn't have an opportunity to complete this paper. Okay, he's not. Because I was going to suggest perhaps maybe as I open up for questions, maybe we might treat this session as a panel and then we can ask both of your questions, because there were some interesting parallels in your papers, not least because of the question of the archive. Rambush, just before he got cut off, was reflecting on working on Modisane's archive, which is currently at the National Archives here in Pretoria, talking about the play, The Somebody, and some of the things that it reveals about Modisane's political attitude towards the 80s and some of the prophetic pronouncements he was trying to make about the African National Congress and the pending democracy in South Africa. And so there are quite some interesting links, because you also had some reflections on Modisane's fugitivity and the fugitivity of his literary remains. And I wondered, perhaps maybe to begin, whether there's something to be said about why that fugitivity was possible. South African exiles, however different their routes into exile were, however different their passports were, however quick some got their passports and others didn't, there seems to be quite a pattern in the kinds of ways that we attempt to remember them. One of which is the fact that part of the complication that attends their, intellectual life and contribution is the fact that much of this work was published at a time when most of them were banned writers, or most of them were banned authors who could neither be cited or quoted in South Africa, and who it was illegal to be digesting the work of. And I take your point about also, Modisane's, to borrow from Louis Bethlehem, Modisane's restless itinerary. If you think of it, Louis Bethlehem was referring to Miriam Makeba's restless itinerary in exile. I take your point about how this fragmentation of the archive almost wrestles assemblage in a very interesting way, because you do find, as you had said, Modisane's intellectual traces in the United Kingdom, in Paris, in France. How is that possible? In Rome, in the United States. And as somebody, of course, who has been thinking about his life quite seriously, even in personal papers from individuals and letters. And it reminds me of perhaps maybe a challenge to all of us, whether it's academics, it's artists. I think about how South Africa, after Estienne Pakele returned, the important work that Chabani Manganyi did in not only writing Eskia's autobiography, but also assembling his letters. And I think correspondence and ephemera like that is quite an important beginning point to introduce the intimate thoughts of a writer through his world, but also to help us understand some of these things. And of course, it is true that part of the fugitivity of Modisane's archive has to do with the fact of his final years in Germany, which are quite complicated, even, sort of the official ways to remember him, because there are questions about, who is the legal heir, who is responsible for his copyright, who is responsible for his legacies. These are questions that we are still grappling with now, not least because Modisane had a family in South Africa and also had a family in Germany. And even towards the end of his life, when he was trying to have Plemion history published in South Africa, there were quite some copyright issues and also, sort of official legal constraints around who would be responsible for his legacy. So thank you, Bob, for those provocations. I've certainly taken quite a number of notes, but I don't want to abuse my time vis-a-vis questions. I think I'll just open it up to the floor, and then we can just take it from there if there are any hands in the room.
ask one question.
Okay, Professor Mgadi.
Hi, I'm Murray. Yes, well, you started your presentation with an interesting question about archives, that they are structured by loss. And of course, which drives the act of recovery. In some ways, it is a paradox that what is in fact about loss drives its recovery. Could you perhaps elaborate on this paradox, how it has functioned in acts of building archives? And I know, for example, that Caroline Hamilton at the University of Cape Town has a very active research project on archives and on archiving. And on recovery, much less on the loss of, because it might very well undermine her own project. How do one reconcile the reality of loss and this urge to discover, to recover that which has been lost and perhaps forever? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. That's a really interesting question. I think, I was wary with writing this of diving too far down the pathway of archival studies, because there's that, it opens up an entire other box of things. But I think that working with archives, especially of figures who are no longer with us, has to contend with the question of loss. And in some ways, of course, once we understand that archives are not neutral, objects or repositories, that they represent, curatorial trajectories and directions which are not neutral, then we can reckon with them in ways that are often quite interesting. And I mean, that works both ways. It can be a limitation where the archival trajectory is directed greatly towards the sense of something needing to be recuperated or drawn back, in which case the work is always positioned in relation to, the kind of epochal moment, the moment of loss, whether that be the destruction of Sophia Town, the moment of leaving, etc. But in other ways, it can be quite an interesting thing to think with or to relate towards, where you work with the knowledge that the archive you're constructing will be full of gaps, will be full of these lacunae, and that those silences are not necessarily things that require filling, because then that, you generate more questions by drawing attention to those silences. That's where I was borrowing from Catherine McKittrick, the idea that, that silence definitely shows us or gestures towards something. And I think certainly with Bloke Modisane, I'm interested in the excess always, what lies beyond what we have seen. I think that the work of archival investigation, archival study, you inevitably become a detective, and it is really fascinating, and it produces some really incredible work. A lot of it by scholars who I think are deeply sensitive to the fact that they are always working against that kind of the figure of loss, the idea of the thing that can't be recovered. But I mean, it's a vexing question. I'm not sure one that can be tackled easily. I think whenever you work with any archive of this nature, you're always dealing with that kind of contestation. Yeah, which is a terrible half answer to your question.
No, I think it is quite interesting because as you were speaking, I was thinking of my little Nickets and also Triumph, in which this new family with a house on the side of the old Sabata keeps finding things in the yard.
Yes.
Old Sabata, which is an old archive, but they can't interact with it because they don't really know it what these things represent.
Thanks for that, Bob. Another question you have.
What are we?
One more, yes.
Listening to your discussion with Bob, I was, about loss and recovery. For me, also just brings up this question that does archive always exist prior to the loss? So much time it's the loss that actually precipitate the creation of archive. You know what I mean? As people then begin to actually start creating with memory. And so we just need to be mindful of that as well. And how do we grapple with these works that we come off?
Yeah, I think if I heard you correctly, I mean, definitely loss is very often a constitutive part of the archive in one form or another, and very much the grappling is with, in what sense that, or the number of losses that you contend with when you are putting an archive together. I think all archives have that kind of recuperative drive, the urge to keep something, to guard it against temporality, to guard it against loss, against the loss of time. But some are in more senses structured by, and I think very often with especially the writers of this particular kind of cluster, I hesitate to group them because they were all doing such very different things. The creatives who went into exile and the ones who didn't come back to South Africa, or who left things in other places and spaces, then there is always that, that sense that the archive is structured such as it exists, in the works of scholars like us and people out there who respond to that output, that it is structured very much by an attempt to engage with, to confront the sadness of loss, and I think, it remains always this restless thing that we have to reckon with.
We have another question in the room.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Just a follow-up question to the previous two questions. Considering that there is this loss, especially as people, as Africans, considering that this loss has been experienced by Africans, what is the disadvantage therefore of when we are reworking on these archives in order to remember the dismembered? What are the disadvantage therefore of us, as we are the ones who are doing this work, in probably interpreting them within the dimension of how we understand them. Therefore, placing our feelings, experiences outside of the experiences of the subject. In this case, would be entirely Bloke, that is one. But two, the disadvantage of what Prof was talking about, here is an archive, by chance you fall into this gold mine of the primary source. But then this source is written on scholarly, so it's will be, and you can't even fucking interpret this. And then what is the problem also of that from a perspective of a person who can't interpret what they are finding as they are working on these archives and then trying to bring these people back into life. Thank you.
Thank you. That's again a really thought-provoking question. I would steer away from thinking about it necessarily as a problem, except that I think I'm wary of the way in which very often the recuperative drive draws authors into ways of being seen that serve other interests or other purposes, you know. And I think very often we sometimes see that, so for instance, if an author has left behind an output that is incomplete, or an output where it requires bolstering, then everything that we then subsequently find tends to be drawn up, you know, to serve a particular kind of narrative or a particular kind of story, a drive to see this figure, for instance, as or to recuperate them as being a particular kind of intellectual, or a particular kind of this or a particular kind of that. And I mean, I think that those are intensely useful projects in when we are sitting with the fact that we have nothing, you know. So for instance, in the sense of someone who has receded from time, you know, and when I use that term, I think here of people like Modisane, you know, where having died in 1986 and with most of their work not circulating in publication in various ways or forms, that kind of recession from the public gaze, I think prompts a wish or a need to see them restored to some kind of prominence, some kind of artistic prominence. And I'm ambivalent about that. You know, I think that it serves useful purposes, and of course there is a strongly recuperative dimension. You know, a few years ago I wrote something where I was trying to think about how you reckon with the kind of thin archives of people like Kan Temba or Todd Matshikiza, where, you know, their dying abroad, you know, opens up again this aporia, you know, this thing that isn't necessarily then solved in any of the obvious ways, even if you physically restitute the body of the person. You're not entirely recuperating that loss. And so I think these are difficult things to reckon with, and the role of the archive in that is one which we constantly have to think through, or question, or the role of our relation to the archive, what we do with that material. You know, I think, of course, when I say that, I'm always aware that there are always these interesting and productive responses, and, you know, in some senses, of course, it's an exciting thing, because as long as the archive is an open-ended thing, which in this case, you know, even though the gap seems to close over time, you know, as more and more of the people who knew him die off, and so the avenues for finding new information, you know, falls away, there is always that possibility that something will emerge, that something will come up. And I think that that's what is interesting, and that's what should drive us to keep figures like Bloke Modisane, whose work is so interesting, so deeply interesting in the public conscious.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mbao. I think some of the, you know, provocations, questions, and musings from this session will spill over after lunch, because we have a paper about Bloke Modisane's hauntings and how we are still haunted by his literary remains, and this archive that has made his life all the more elusive to understand and appreciate in terms that we are attempting to over this symposium. So we're going to break for lunch now. we've already abused tea time, and we will ask for some more leniency for lunch so that we may resume at 1:30 for the next speaker, Katharina, and then perhaps maybe you can be back here at 1:30 after lunch. That would be much, much appreciated. I do understand it's quite soon after the session.
So let me start off by checking if Katharina is online as acquisition is. Okay, can see you.
I'm here.
Yes, so I'm going to read your bio and give you some time to say your piece, and then that will be followed by a Q&A afterwards. So I will hint when your time is up. Okay, to start off, Katharina Pink works as a researcher, writer, and cultural organizer. She holds a Magister in Cultural Studies from the University of Tübingen and a PhD from BIGSAS, Big SAS, and the University of Beirut. She is and has been engaged in various projects ranging from all cultural areas to research and teaching. A particular interest is to combine theoretical and practical aspects of aesthetics with societal issues. What can beautiful mean? She's also facilitating the literary estate of the lesson of Bloke Modisane. Without any further ado, Katharina, have a moment.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Hello, colleagues. I can't see who's there, but I think you just had a beautiful lunch and the conference has been lit. So thanks for bearing with me in this after lunch slot. I want to talk about some things that have been touched on already in the conversations I could join in and listen to. And apologies for not being there. I would have loved to be there live and in the flesh, but it was not possible. We have a big childcare orphan issue going on here, and I just can't be agile at the moment. So apologies for that. What I want to talk about today is called A Number of Hauntings, Listening to Bloke Modisane in 2023. And I want to start off with the man himself and one line he gives to us that has been cited already, I'm sure, which talks about the enmeshments of time and the entanglements of time and the refusal of linearity. So he says, I was out of South Africa, but it was no victory or solution. The compulsive agony was still with me. The problem was still with me. Only its immediacy was removed. Like an orgasm in bed, the tension was released, but the filth slid down my thigh, dripping to the sheet. Let's work with this powerful statement, and let's also look at what has been asked yesterday in one of the discussions when one of the participants of the conference, I'm sorry, colleague, for not remembering the name because I couldn't hear proper, was asking, would you say that Modisane had foreseen this post-apartheid condition? So what I want to talk to you in the following minutes is a concept that is very dear to me and that makes complete sense in my understanding for looking at the value, the strength, the power of the work of Bloke Modisane in the contemporary and in the future. So I want to talk about a haunting and give 3 propositions. So first, I want to talk about why hauntology. What is it? Why does this concept perhaps make sense if we work with the literary work, the poetic work, but in particular the political work and the political writing of Bloke Modisane? And then 3 little propositions. The first one I called Why I'd Still Run Away, a matter of urgency. The second one, Against Multiculturalism Anywhere. And the third proposition, it's even twice there, proposition 3, is about play. So bear with me while we are jumping into what is called hauntology. I'm sure it came up 1 or 2 times already in the conference, either explicit or implicit. And I give thanks to Tsepo Matlingosi's paper where he's starting off with a quote by Frank Wilson saying, "If time is an ocean rather than linear, as white cultural imperialism defines it, then 500 years is simultaneously this minute, like this minute of dripping. The past is the past only for the sake of white's comfort and safety." And adding up to that with a bit more about what hauntology could be, this enmeshment of times, the refusal to call the past. Ontological thinking and acting embraces discomfort and holds absence without camouflaging it, which can be the voice in an archive, which can be the less of conversation about a particular journey, etc., or the complete absence of biographies in the archive. So hauntology as a theoretical perspective, it continues to open a space to discuss presence and absence, visibility and invisibility, and to also go beyond literary, religious, or visual studies. It relates the lingering of presumably failed ideas to the concept of ghosts and specters as the haunting presence of past or simultaneously present futures, as well as of a lost future. And oops, where is this now? Sorry, I just jumped back. And then like the classic reading about what is hauntology, the guy who gave the name to the concept, just jumping back into Jacques Derrida's Spectres of March, which he dedicated to Chris Hani, and in which he wrote, "No justice seems possible or thinkable without the principle of some responsibility beyond all living present, within that which disjoins the living present before the ghosts of those who are not yet born or who are already dead." And I think that hauntology, when looking at the work of such an important writer like Bloke Modisane from the Sophiatown pantheon, from the drum pantheon, I think hauntology is a good concept to look at its relevance for today and for the future, because hauntology, as we have heard, works against the linearity of time. It refuses to accept binaries like dead and alive, like silent and loud, like present and absent. Binaries that we often operate with, particularly in the academic setting, and which are called to order in everyday life. So it's also a way to remind of the wisdom or the way life, death is practiced outside academia. It's also a good way to face unresolved matters, because it talks about the futures that have not been realized. And I think in the work of Bloke Modisane, we've been touching on that in numerous papers already. There are clear visions of a future, like a non-racist future, a future that is not marked by capitalism, and so on, that is not marked by multiculturalism, that are in the work and that have not been addressed completely. So hauntology as a way to address unresolved matters. And for the work we are doing with the Sophiatown Arts Festival, with the Sophiatown Digital Archive Project, it is an excellent tool for art and education. I'm sorry, I'm always pressing the wrong button, so it jumps back. Apologies. So after having laid the foundation of why I consider hauntology a workable and a meaningful concept, and also acknowledging that using the metaphor of a ghost and the spectre is by no means taking easy ancestrality, or like talking about dead people as ghosts in an easy way. This is not what hauntology wants and not what it does. It's more about taking serious that the binaries of life and death do not apply, and that there are futures that, even though they have not been able to live in their present, they are still with us and they can still be activated. So for my first proposition, and I will always jump back to the archive of Bloke Modisane, whether it is, I know it's so beautiful to see all the copies of Blame Me on History around. This is mine, it's like an old one. It looks quite well traveled. So I will always go back to the archive talking about Blame Me on History, but also talking about the archival fragments we have from Modisane and that hopefully will be released very soon. So the first one is why I still run away, And you can already guess what text I'm referring to, the famous one, Why I Ran Away, that was published by Langston Hughes. So I'm just going to read a little bit from it and then go back to what I mean with hauntology. So Modisane writes here, I locked myself up in my room to have that illegal drink bowed to the Immorality Act of 1975, which lays down that sexual acts between blacks and whites are illegal, immoral, and unchristian. I permitted my labor to be exploited because I had to live. I accepted the discrimination against my skin as a physical reality I had to live with, accommodated myself to the humiliation of labels like John or Jim or boy, all in quotation marks, without strongly protesting. I stood by while a sidewalk bully pushed his fingers into my nostril, spitting insults at me, stood there suffocating with anger, afraid that any moment I was going to shout, "Go to hell," restraining my fingers from closing round his throat and squeezing. Then against my impulses would rise the voice of discretion, "Don't do it. You must not lose your temper. It's not worth it. Bide your time." I would know the wisdom of it, and in the face of the gathered crowd, I would apologize appropriately, plead with the white bully not to strike me. Some white gallants would smile acknowledgingly, and the women would be sympathetic and advise me to go home, John. I could not live with it any longer. I knew that I had to run or lose my temper and even my sanity. I was not a dedicated platform politician, not even a member of the African National Congress. I was blinded by the violence of the oppression and could not reconcile my feelings with the ANC policy of non-violence in the face of violence. The situation became unbearable to me as an individual. I felt stifled, unable to express and fulfill myself as an individual man. And again, from Blame Me on History, we must fight, we must demand to the commitment to our program of liberation, of action. The appeal is urgent. Our people are dying. And I think when we read these things and when we listen to youth in Sophiatown today or wherever today, there is an urgency and there is an unresolved commitment to an urgency that calls us from the work of Bloke Modisane. The second one is a reading of some snippets from an archive we have been bringing to South Africa a little while ago. A little while is quite a long stretch, like 10 years ago in 2013. And again, it's things that are published already, but they are not so well known, but I'm sure they have been touched on in the conference already. So my second proposition is hauntology as a way to oppose multiculturalism anywhere. And I want to go to two moments in the writings of Bloke Modisane, which are very important and open up the discussion of this author as not someone who has been frozen or tamed into the 1950s or in 1950s, 1960s, but as a person who was a political writer wherever he went. And I'm going to talk in particularly about Britain and Germany, which is my home country, which you can hear from my accent. So this one takes us back into the year after 1968, when Enoch Powell was given the infamous Rivers of Blood speech, talking against immigration into the United Kingdom, something that has repercussions and echoes until today. And Bloke Modisane, being the political writer that he is, opposed that speech in a text he wrote, which is called, "Okay, Repatriate Me." And he writes, "Since I do not particularly enjoy living in a country where I'm not wanted, I accept Mr. Powell's solution of repatriation. Unfortunately, I have no country to go to. In 1910, Great Britain granted South Africa independence, handing the country over to not the indigenous majority inhabitants, but a union of the minority British and Dutch settlers. I therefore have no country to be repatriated to, except that I'm prepared to look somewhere else for a home. I will, of course, have to start all over again. I accept. I will go quietly, at Mr. Powell's personal expense. It is fitting that he should back his ideas materially. £7,000. That's what it's going to cost the good professor. Mr. Powell is hereby challenged to raise the golden handshake with which I will be cheerfully expatriated. If the member for Wolverhampton cannot manage the whole amount, perhaps the dockers and other camp followers might chip in by donating £1 each. And this text stands emblematically or as a synecdoche for all the political writing that Bloke Modisane has been doing in his time in Britain, where he was always very alert and looking at what was going on in that country and always identifying racism not as a South African project or racism not as a South African problem, but as an intersectional global problem of white supremacy. I'm sure Siyabonga can speak much better to these things and talk about the life of Modisane in the UK. But I want to jump into a little archival fragment that we have that was one of the unrealized and therefore haunting projects of Bloke Modisane. When we found is a bad word because it's not really like, but when we identified where the archival items of Bloke Modisane or the estate was or is in Germany, and again, the country where I come from, and where Modisane died in 1986. There's one notebook that shows what he was interested in, and people is also speaking about that. I just wanted to highlight that in terms of the ontological dimension of the political consciousness of Bloke Modisane. It's a notebook in where we find research references, quotations, and the written down letters from African people who were in Germany at the time, or correspondences between Germany and today's Tanzania, which were all related to the Maji Maji rebellion at the beginning of the 20th century. This has not been finished by Modisane. As you see here on the cover, it says Potsdam Korrespondenz im Dritten Reich zu Maji Maji Aufstand with a quotation mark. This is not his handwriting. I think you all know the like beautiful handwriting of Bloke Modisane. This is not his handwriting. It has been added later, but I just wanted to hint to that fragment that shows that wherever he went, the UK or Germany, where he lived for a long time, he was always looking at what is the coloniality of place, how is racism as an intersectional international force acting out in that very country, and engaging himself in the political work, the work of a writer, the poetic work in that very context. Let me jump to the third proposition, which is play. So this allows me to shift the focus on Bloke Modisane's work to what we could call a childish perspective, which is a philosophical shift away from adultism, which looks at reason, at ratio, at ways of how we are sitting together right now as the sole entry point to knowledge. Childism against that aims to empower the third of humanity who are children, the Childism Institute writes. It is analogous to other critical terms like feminism, and that it responds to young people's marginalized experiences by transforming scholarly, social and political norms and structures. And I reference that because it allows me to sorry, were you, dear colleague, I have 2 more minutes or 3 more minutes?
You have 4 more minutes.
Oh, 4, okay, I'm gonna make it. So childism, while the focus on childism also allows us to speculate and to critically fabulate, like Saidiya Hartman would say. And I just want to point out 2 little things. One is an exhibition project, which is called In a Way Back Home, which we have been running, or the Sophiatown Youth Crew, a conglomerate of youth from Westbury, Sophiatown, Newlands, Coronationville, Meadowlands, Zondi, who have since 2013 been doing pop-up exhibitions around the legacy of Bloke Modisane, working with archival fragments and presenting exhibitions also celebrating like fictive 90th birthday parties 10 years ago at the African Freedom Station with Steve Kwena Mokoena, and so on and so on. So an ongoing work of the imagination. Another thing that we just commissioned is a work that unfortunately we don't do tonight, but on the 30th of April, which is International Jazz Day. It's called Inside Bloke Modisane's Suitcase, because what we also learned from the archive is that he went with South African jazz wherever he went to. Was it Rome? Was it Germany? Was it the UK? So we invited DJs to reimagine what could have been in that suitcase, and what are the sonic waves that connect Bloke Modisane to today's condition of Black practitioners, in particular in South Africa. So the first one is Muntu Vilakazi, who's going to play a set here in Joburg, in Brixton, on the 30th of April. And God, how can I make the same mistake like a million times? I'm sorry. The second one is a colleague called Robert Machiri, who will do a similar work on the 14th of July in 2023 in Bayreuth, which is a town in Germany. And I'm happy that I will be able to welcome Siyabonga in Germany then. But also play, leading us to the question, how have we as educators, as art educators, how have we worked with the Sophiatown Archive? I still think there's a lot that we could do, producing material for schools, establishing young writers programs, etc., etc. And this is just like a little reminder that we could also do children's book series. So jumping back to what Derrida says, no justice seems possible or thinkable without the principle of some responsibility beyond all living present, within that which disjoins the living presence, before the ghosts of those who are not yet born or who are already dead. Just to round it up, our responsibility for justice to look in at works with a ontological lens. And I just shared this picture of Dagmar Buti with you because I think also one part of that ontological understanding of Bloke Modisane is to see him in context and not fall into the traps of creating new icons without really touching the critical points in their work and the ghosts or the specters of their work that still exist and that have the right to exist and to be heard. Thank you so much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to having some questions or to later discuss together with Siyabonga and Spivo if that's better for you or easier for you. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Katarina, for a very yet another thought-provoking discussion. Every time I talk about the issue of ontology or theory of ontology, I get very excited because it's about I get to see how it problematizes South African historiography. I mean, we spoke about the archives area, it problematizes the archives as well. It always asks the most important question, how are we ever going to fill all the gaps that are left behind? Because the archives dictates how we shape the very narrative. The archive dictates how we write the very biographies. But at the same time, I would like to ask you, you said something that I thought was appealing to me when you said that, well, in Bloke's own words, racism is not only a South African problem, but it's a global problem. Do you think you can share with us at what point in his life did it appear to him, did he had that epiphany? Did he think, there we go. When I was in South Africa, I thought that racism was a South African thing, but here I am. I don't know where was he. Was in Germany? Was in Italy? When did it really, you know, come to his attention? When did he realize, basically? After you answer that question, I would like to one round of 3 questions to the house. I don't know if there's anyone online who's joining us who has a question as well. But in the meantime, kindly engage me on the question and the comment I made.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that. First of all, I like what you said about that the archive dictates the way history is written or seen or made and perpetuated. Even more so, it is important to create accessible archives, and I think we're all looking forward to the time when the National Archives, I don't know, embark on a digital project around Modisane, and so on and so on. But I also think there is value in the gaps, because they also allow us to tabulate, to critically tabulate, and so on. So I think it's a twofold thing, but something that like archival consciousness perhaps must be built, like archival theory, that we should, like, I don't know, it's not the truth, it's just a little bit of the truth. I don't know, there are people here in that room and in the virtual space who can speak much better about the South African writing, in particularly around drum and blame me on history. But as far as I understand it, or how I see it, how I read the work, Modisane has always been talking about racism in a intersectional perspective, or like he saw South Africa and he saw Sophiatown as a symptom of something that is larger than this hood, or larger than this country. It's symptomatic, and it's whiteness. It's and I couldn't listen to the paper that was particularly addressing whiteness, but I would love to read it. So he was always critically engaging with whiteness as the root of all evil, and was doing so in Sophiatown, was doing so in South Africa, and then wherever he went. So for me, there's no distinction between that. It's more like a contextual application of a conviction, or of an analytical strength that I see in this writer, like being so. And he has been written about in different ways, that he was also like enslaved by, like, himself enslaved by concepts of race, that he couldn't, but I don't think so. I think he was a very like critical analyst of situations of the time. And whether it was in the UK, whether it was in Germany, these are the two contexts I have a little bit of knowledge about. He was always like having the finger on the pulse of what is going on in this very country, what is happening. And he was, when he was in exile, or dislocated perhaps rather, he was not, like, South Africa wasn't his only point of reference anymore. He was applying himself to different contexts, and I think this is this is an absolute strength, or like an interesting thing to explore for us today, how Modisane did that and practiced that, and how still there is a little bit of a refusal to see him there, like, as more as a Sophiatown writer, or as more than a drum writer in the general perception. And I'm sure this conference will have done a lot to change that perception. But that's what I can say about that I don't see a particular distinction in the way he was looking at race and whiteness in particular.
Questions? Or do you want to say something quickly? Or must I take the questions?
No, please take the question. I was just checking if somebody is raising their hand in the Zoom, sorry.
Okay. Siyabonga, Mafana. Okay, I'll take 2 on this round, and then another second round.
Hi, Katrina. Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is really biographical, if anything. I think I've always been attracted to the idea of Modisane carrying around a suitcase of jazz records. I mean, if we think about the work that he was doing for the BBC, he had curated a number of jazz programs at the BBC. And perhaps that's also, one of the sort of archival fragments that have a trace of his soundscape or so the kinds of music we've been listening to. I wonder whether you could share a little bit more about this anecdote you have about him carrying the suitcase. Was this a suitcase come from he had used in South Africa, or the suitcase he was living in exile? In a way, you might have stumbled across this quite enlightening and intriguing sonic persona of Modisane, but that also enables us to think very seriously about the presence of music in his life.
Okay, let me take another question because we don't have much time left. So please go ahead.
So my question pertains to this idea of ontology. Because in your presentation, there's a part that said that you're sort of looking at it as a tool. So I want to ask about that maybe could you please expand on that particular idea that ontology is a particular tool, right? Because what I've noticed in South African contemporary literature, particularly Nick Thomas, works, he seems to be, taking this idea of, this aspect of ontology more seriously. In one of his novels, Way Back Home, focuses on, this particular aspect of ontology in his collections of, and with the, there's a collection of stories he edited called Hauntings, which also focuses on, these stories about hauntings, what returns. And it's something that seems to be carried out through South African literature, and also you're mentioning it in Modisane's work. So can you please expand on this idea of ontology as a tool more, so that I can understand this so that I can understand it better? Yes, thank you.
Okay, Katarina, we don't have much time left. I'm sorry about that. But I'll give a bit of time to answer both questions. We'll only take one round.
Thank you. And we can always talk further after this. So, Siyabonga, concerning the suitcase, that was something that Bloke's widow told me when we had our conversations, and I took the literary estate and brought it with people's help to South Africa. She said like two things he was never without. It was South African jazz, and it was a Merriam-Webster dictionary. And that first exhibition thing, in a way back home, we built around the Webster dictionary and the entry of what is home. So we fabulated around that idea. Would he say South Africa is home now? So I don't know what kind of suitcase. I'm sure it was different kinds of suitcase. And I would also love to embark on like an archival mapping of where were the record stores, what was the roots of the records, how did they travel, who took which record with, etc., etc., and what were the the sonic connections made. So unfortunately, I don't have. I would love to have. I'm a museum girl, so I would love to have that suitcase, but I don't. So I don't know. There's lots of things that we don't know, but I know these two things. He was like a suitcase of South African jazz. He was cooking for people in Munich, in Italy. He loved to host African dishes, local dishes. And there was a Merriam-Webster always next to his desk. So, and for art people, this is like already so exciting and a thing to play with. So sorry, I keep it at that because I want to quickly respond to hauntology as a tool and just refer to another like hauntology really insists on that even if the world didn't allow for a future to happen, that future is still there. And often in heritage, in museum practice, Sophiatown remains dead. It remains a thing that we can, I talk about Sophiatown now as a symbol. Yeah, it could also be the Anarchist Republic in Munich, or it could be this and that. But I refer to Sophiatown in particular because that's our ground here. So Sophiatown is it's dead. But using hauntology would mean also to look at what were the imaginations of people and how did they survive in Meadowlands or Lenasia? What were the jazz clubs that were built there? How did the bioscope culture travel? How can we emphasize that vintage culture might be a way of carrying a whole suburb on your shoulders or as your dress? And doing that is it sounds like sweet and playful and naive, but if you do that proper, and I don't know, we did projects, for example, in memorial sites of concentration camps. So like where we talk about what were the dreams of the people, what were the lives, the future imaginations they had before they were opposed to these horrible conditions and before they were worked to death. What were their dreams? And how can an exhibition at a memorial site can be about the dream of somebody who was 20, living in Paris, and then German fascists took him to some random place where they had to die. Like hauntology is a tool that enables us to carry respect for the dreams of young people that couldn't be realized, or the dreams of the visions, like the political vision of people like Modisane, who had to leave a country where they would have loved to stay, but not under these conditions. And it also, I say it's a tool because it is a way of looking at history, or like not allowing the past to be past. And that it sounds very flat in a way and very simple, but in practice, it is a very hard work that works against the foundations that our world, our everyday life is built in this kind of in this economy, or in like the chronopolitical setup. It works completely against that. So it's a radical tool. And I know I have to stop now. Sorry. Here we go.
Thank you so much. We're still in the same segment. Now, to introduce the second speaker, the very segment. Let me start off with Dr. Mahala. Let me start off by reading his biography. It says he's a senior research fellow at the Johannesburg Institute for Advanced Study and a senior lecturer in the Department of English at the University of Johannesburg. He's a graduate of the University of Fort Hare. He holds a master's degree in African literature from the University of the Witwatersrand and a PhD in English literature from the University of South Africa. His articles appear in local and international publications. He's the author of 2 critically acclaimed plays, the first one being The House of Truth, and the second one, Bloke and his American Bantu. I had the pleasure of watching it last November. His books include the award-winning novel titled When a Man Cries, Yakalindoda, and 2 short story collections, such as African Delight and Red Apple Dreams. His latest book, September, The Making and Breaking of the Intellectual Tsotsi, is an appendage of his doctoral thesis. Dr. Mahala, you have 20 minutes. Say your piece. Okay, I'm giving you. Okay. Okay, you have 20 minutes to say your piece, and the next 15 will be Q&A. Yes. Okay. Oh.
I spent the whole morning trying to reduce my presentation from 50-something pages. Slides, sorry. I had a written narrative text like Professor Mraji. That's how we do things in the English department. I think, Bafana, you also had a written text.
Yeah,
a narrative as opposed to PowerPoint.
No, I had a PowerPoint, but I couldn't come with it.
You are uncultured. And these 2 minutes belongs to Vanessa.
I will resume once it's done.
No bioscope this time. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Dr. Tapelo. Well, I've refined my title a little and call it Transatlantic Artistic and Intellectual Romance, because I wanted to put more emphasis on those elements, because well, it's obviously about the relationship between Bloke, Modisane and Winston Hughes, the American poet. And by way of background, I came across the letters that they exchanged between 1960 and 1967, when Winston Hughes passed away. They had exchanged about 50 letters. So in case it doesn't come out in this presentation, my interest really is to look at their friendship, because that's what fascinated me in the first place, that to know that they knew each other on the one hand, but on the other is the art of letter writing, how seriously they took it. And in the process, inspiring each other to write, and also how that led to cultural exchange and international solidarity. I must say, I will largely look at things from the perspective of Bloke Modisane, because we had another presenter who was supposed to be presenting from the perspective of Langston Hughes, Professor Shane Graham, who unfortunately could not be with us due to family issues in the US. So yeah, having highlighted this background, I think what is striking is that is the difference between these guys. Not only that one is South African and one is American, and the South African being exiled in London, but also the age gap. Langston Hughes was about 21 years older than Bloke Modisane. In fact, by the time Bloke Modisane was born, Langston Hughes was already writing, and Hughes is regarded as or is like celebrated as the first Black person, or rather, they say person of color in the US to take up writing on a full-time basis. So yeah, this connection happens when Modisane is in London, and we've spoken about his escape from South Africa, and he writes about it, the postscript of Blame on History. That's where he writes about it. And also there's a story called Why I Ran Away, which Langston published later on, where he labels South Africa as a pigmentocracy. Talking about the racism in South Africa. And yeah, we know that he had resigned from a drum, and looking at his own life as a Black man in South Africa, he assumed that he won't allow his child to grow up in that kind of society. So he says in Blame on History, South Africa shall not have them. I will not take my family out. Sorry, I will take my family out of South Africa. And I think Modisane's situation as an exile is captured succinctly by Louis Ngosi in his article, Exile as Fetish, where he says exile can be both escape and escapade. And then he describes that by saying escape is what my dictionary describes as an exciting, especially escapade is what my dictionary describes as an exciting, especially mischievous adventure. So there was the element of him running away from South Africa, but also there was this element of adventure, confronting a world that you don't know what it has to offer. Ngosi goes on to say, exile was the experience of a whole generation of South African writers and artists, Black and white, but mostly Black, who had been rendered stateless by the apartheid regime, artists whose works, like their authors, became contraband goods in their own country. And you know that many writers, particularly of Modisane's generation, were banned themselves together with their works, mainly under the Suppression of Communism Act. Basically, anybody who said anything that the government did not want was referred to as a communist. So I think that this phrase has been read repeatedly about him leaving South Africa. But quite interestingly for me is his article, Why I Ran Away, where he shows that he was very much aware of the risks he was taking by leaving South Africa and the implications of that, or the perceptions that would go with that. So he says, I know that the riddle of South Africa will have to be resolved in South Africa, but perhaps without blood. But the possibility of bloodshed cannot be brushed aside. And you recall earlier, it was mentioned that Modisane aligned himself with the Pan-Africanist Congress, which was more confrontational in its politics. And this is before 1961, by the way, which is the time in which the ANC would also decide on armed struggle with the formation of Umkhonto weSizwe, their military wing. Now, what do we mean by bromance? Bromance in this case, follows that simple description of a close but non-sexual relationship between two men. So the friendship that developed between Modisane and Hughes, I found that it could be best described by, oh my.
No, it's the one.
Oh, okay. Wole Soyinka's recent interview, when he says, friendship to me is what saves one's sanity. Friendship is seeking nothing, no advantage from the other person, but always knowing that it is there, that it's assistance if you need it, and you simultaneously are ready anytime. It's almost a mythical thing, a mystical thing. Those who have experienced genuine friendship should appreciate how lucky they are, because it's not often to actually say this is genuine friendship. So this is what I read, out of their exchange, that they had genuine friendship. They laugh together, they cry together. I will illustrate, later on that even when Bloke as a struggling artist, exiled in a foreign country, one person he knew would feel and understand him was Langston. So basically they as I say, they shared their hopes and dreams, ecstasies and anxieties, their loves, excitements and frustrations. They allowed themselves to be vulnerable to each other. And I think that's what makes, to me, their friendship special. That they shared just about everything, that one was going through. And it was not just about understanding, but the empathy, that he would feel what one is going through. And, in certain instances, it included talking about family, nostalgia and all such things. In one letter, for instance, a Bloke says to Langston, I don't think that I got around to telling you I have a wife and one girl, Chris, 3, Candy Sweet and really cuddly. I have been secretly working at getting them to join me in this great city. That I have a lawyer back in South Africa, working on getting them working papers. So far, things don't look bad, not good either. So, with some luck, I might have them around by Easter, which will be just 2 years since I saw them. So Chris is Bloke's child, whom I think she was just over a year when he left. And if you see on the screen, there's a picture of his wife, Piggy, holding baby Chris. And in the room, we have Chris's child, Chris, who is right here. So on the one hand, this is the sensitivity that you see that when we talk about exile, we often think of them as that struggle heroes and these iconic figures. You know, so you see Bloke now as a family man, you know, the emotions that he was going through as a human being. And I must say, most of the time we tend to forget that these individuals had full lives and you know, had that kind of longing. But talking about the relationship between Bloke and Langston, it's quite interesting to see how it evolves. You know, initially they have this, because their first contact is about publication. So you have this innocuous language, you know, the way they speak to each other, very formalistic. And then as they get to know each other, get used to each other, I mean, they move from a Bloke addressing Langston as Mr. Hughes to Langston and then Lang, and ultimately my American Bantu. You know, on the other hand, you know, we get Langston, who initially was addressing him as Mr. Modisane, and then Bloke he, and ultimately my favorite Bantu. And, you know, as the friendship unfolds, as it gets more closer, you know, they talk about everything on the surface of the earth. So these letters, you find that Langston Hughes is this global figure, one of the most famous writers at the time, was corresponding with different people all over the world, and including the African continent, by the way. He was close friends with Nnamdi Azikiwe, whom he went to university with. Azikiwe was the first Governor General of independent Nigeria. Senghor, the first president of Senegal, as well as our own Hafele and Chinua Achebe in Nigeria. So Langston Hughes has had connections with all these people. And you can go to other countries in the Caribbean and Asia as well. But going through those letters, I argue that he had the most intimate relationship in terms of that with historical collection with Bloke Modisane, not only marked by the number of letters, but the emotion, the intimacy of the letters themselves. And yeah, you see, this is the kind of correspondence that you see initially, where you say, thank you very much for your letter. I am pleased that you have selected my article for your anthology in African Treasure. I am honored to say. So this is the initial kind of correspondence that you find between them. But later on, and even before they got really close, because things happened really after they met in person. But you know, as you read these letters, you see how seriously they took the art of letter writing. You know, the humor, the emotion, and the lyricism of the writing that you find there. Here in this letter, written on 20 October 1960, they were not so much used to each other, but even there, you know, you can see that it's poignant, lyrical. Here, Bloke says, I believe the definition for a struggling artist is a man, creative artist by repute, who lives on the advance of the next work. I drew from job to job, working my guts out by day and writing by night. I'm 36 and like Symbol, I haven't worked my way through the first alimony, but I'm told there's hope yet, except that Hope and I have been buddies for a long, long time. But I keep hoping that maybe someday I'll get published in a glossy and make me enough money to live on while I write my first book. You know, the great South African novel will outsell the Bible. So you get in this letter, even though it has these formalistic undertones, but he's also expressing his dreams, and there's that subtle humor that you find in Bloke Modisane that is very easy to miss at times. So what I read here in these letters is that apart from, you know, the content of the letters, Hughes was really attracted by the imagery and witticism that contained in Modisane's letters. And, you know, they started writing each other frequently and really found companions in each other. And finally, they met in December. By the way, these letters, the available letters, or the letter that I had access to, begin from 1960. But I'm convinced that they did communicate before that, because 1960 is the time that an African Centenary is published. So definitely there was connection. And besides, Hughes had been in touch with the drum writers since 1954. But that's besides the point. Now, talking about their first meeting in November 1960, you know, Hughes writes to Modisane, says, "I'm still remembering that delightful little party at your place. I enjoyed meeting Todd, that is our own Machikiza, Damien, Sunny, and the others very much. It was fun." So from this point, Hughes starts sending records and gifts to Modisane, and you know that exchange goes both ways. At one moment, Hughes would send music records. Modisane would send a cultural garment, and you know, one moment clothes, and then the other Christmas cards. You know, so that's the kind of relationship that they had. They exchanged gifts. But in all of that exchange, Hughes kept imploring Modisane to come over to New York. He even says New York hasn't seen anything like it. Yeah. But by this time, Modisane is really exploring new vistas and expanding his horizons intellectually and artistically. It was mentioned here his plays, his involvement in films, and his role on BBC. Liz Garner here says Modisane's involvement with the BBC, his departure from Johannesburg, in a sense, outlived him, as his last play was broadcast on Radio 4 a year after his death, that is 1987, after he passed in 1986. These are the mediums in which he would soon play a more prominent role, that is, as an actor, plays films as well as radio, which was going on for quite some time. But you know what really got them together was the publication in 1960 of Why I Ran Away. And what he says in Why I Ran Away is essentially the philosophy that he spreads around the world. On the one hand, you know, reflecting on what was happening in South Africa, and on the other, trying to mobilize the world, you know, to get solidarity for the anti-apartheid struggle. And in this piece, he says, among other things, I hope that through my writing, I can yet make the world realize the danger gathering in the Union. That what will happen there will touch the rest of the world, for the world outside is responsible for the furtherance and continuance of the system. I indict the world. Every investment, every gold bar bought from South Africa helps to pay for the machinery of apartheid. A lot of things happened during that period, but essentially his argument or the crux of his message in Why I Ran Away becomes the message that he spreads around as he shares the South African story. Okay, I don't want to talk too much about Hughes. I'll try and skip part of this. But I think the most important thing is his connection with drum writers and also with writers from the continent. In the introduction to An African Treasury, he writes, "My interest in native African writing began when I was asked by the editors of Drum, a Johannesburg magazine for non-white readers, to become one of the judges for a short story contest for indigenous South African writers. Some of the work that came to me contained pages which moved, surprised, and quite delighted me. I determined to see how much more writing of interest was being produced by Black Africans." So with An African Treasury, he published a whole lot of African writers, and especially South African writers. I mean, he had your Phyllis Bandala, your Peter Clark, publishing Peter Kumalo, your Ken Temba. Yeah, many of these guys, Todd Machigizas and them. So really, I mean, their activism as Black intellectuals and activists is what really got them together. Apart from their love for whiskey and other things fun. This is one email where they talk about the gift that they exchanged, that in the same consignment is a puzzle, which I hope you like, a piece of African beadwork. England is not the same anymore. I guess I just have to come to the US, because the way I see it, we still have a long drinking age. I'm just developing my fins so I can make the long sweep. No kidding. I think of you every time I call whiskey. So, I mean, this exchange continues here. Langston sends a box with gifts, and he closes it by saying, "You are my favorite Bantu writer. In fact, my favorite Bantu." So, I mean, we know about Hughes's commitment and his consciousness in as far as promoting Black aesthetics, and in Bloke, he found an African from Africa who really introduced, who took his level of knowledge and connection even further. I mean, to the extent that at some point Langston was learning African languages, especially isiZulu. And in this case, he's telling him to greet Eskem Patel in Sipedi. He says, he's telling Patel to say Apula when he greets Patel. And he says, "Watch the twinkle come to his eyes." And you know how special it is when a foreigner catches you by surprise and speaks your language. So they had that kind of connection. And talking about the African Treasury, I mean, Langston described it as a very personal treasury, and he dedicated it to the young writers of Africa. And he came to the continent several times attending conferences. But what I also found quite fascinating was, given the seriousness with which they took the art of letter writing, that in the process of writing each other letters, they would actually, particularly Modisane, would be writing something that would later become a poem, you know. So Blaming on History, which you all know, he would later publish. He says, Bloke, I'm writing my book, and if I didn't have to dedicate it to my mother, it would be for you. I'm frightfully proud to know you. Just keep believing in me. Maybe someday I'll justify it. You know, so the fact that he would even consider dedicating his book to Langston tells how close they were, who of course was beaten by Bloke. But Langston, in return, wrote this endorsement for Blaming on History for the American version, which I heard yesterday, where he says, Bloke Modisane is a new writer of power and persuasion. His Blaming on History is intensely readable, authoritative, is an important addition to the recorded truth of our time. You know, and this music go on. You know, at one point, Bloke wrote this very long letter. And out of that letter, 3 poems were later published, you know, just taking sections of the letter. And this is one of them, where he says, I'm really glad I'm black. The black positiveness of life complete the total capacity to accept the living of life, the stupid drunkenness of happiness, the death of pet. And then he goes on and on and on. So this portion of the letter was later published as Blue Black. And the same happened with in the same letter. I mean, there's a poem called Lonely, which I learned later that is quite popular and has been adapted, where he says in the letter, man, it gets awfully lonely here, like screaming down a dream alley, screaming of blues like none can hear, but I know you can hear me, clear and loud, like it's for you I scream. So this was then later published as a poem. And, you know, it entails all of those elements, the emotion, the closeness, because here, Bloke was stuck in London, and he felt that the only person who could hear him, who could understand what he was going through, and who could feel what he was going through, was actually Langston Hughes. I will end it there because the first leader is giving me terrible looks. Okay. The same applies with one thought for my lady. And so yeah, I mean, this again shows, I mean, when Bloke was about to visit the US through the assistance of Langston, he insisted that he brings his manuscript with him. And that really helped in Bloke getting published in the US and becoming the success that he was. So in short, it was a simple friendship, but this friendship, on the one hand, helped them artistically and intellectually, but on the other, they had a broader role in terms of solidarity against, or rather, solidarity with the anti-apartheid movement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Mahal, for another interesting speak on Bloke Modisane. What stood out for me more than anything is their epistolary relationship and how it makes us understand or exposes us to a different take of how life was like in exile. us, or at least to me, life in exile is all about controversies and struggle, what have you. But then in this episodic relationship, you get to learn about the human side. Bloke Modisane and Lansing humanizes the life in exile. They make it look a little bit better, a little bit bearable. Maybe if I was born during that time, I would love to be in exile. Because now I get to see the lighter side. And then secondly, Dr. Mahala, there's something that really got my attention, where you said something along those lines: Black people are like contraband goods in their own country. By just picking that up, you take me back to what the ANC founders, Peter Sagasime, said, compared Black people, where he used the saying, Black people as the viewers of food and drawers of water. And also what also Solanke said when the 1913 Native Act was passed, where you compared Black people as paradise in their own land. So through reading Bloke Modisane, you get to understand how the more things change, the more things stay the same, in the sense that South African state continued to treat African people the same way from the colonial era up until the apartheid. I'm not sure about today, but that's a story for another day. I'm going to take a round of 3 questions, both online and physically. But for now, let me start with Kelly Eve.
Hi, should I talk or should I type?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Mahala. I have a question about, I don't know if we'd call it intertext or metatext, but piecing together these letters and trying to get a sense of what the kind of tender relationship between these two was like. I'm curious about other interpretations as well, stemming from this kind of original text, such as your own work, of course, and also I'm thinking about the recent novel by C.A. Davids, How to Be a Revolutionary, in which those letters form kind of the spine of an entirely different kind of fictionalized, but also kind of rooted in anti-apartheid politics, a novel that takes place between South Africa and China. I guess I'm curious about how and why these letters are kind of living on in the creative sphere and being reinterpreted in so many different ways, and kind of what the politics of that are. Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to take this one, or Mazai?
No.
Okay, any other questions in the house, on the floor?
I just want to know what happened to Phoebe and Chris.
Yeah, I think you can answer
that. Hey, John.
Okay.
Any other question?
Take this.
Any other question?
Okay, no, go ahead.
When I wanted to know about the other South Africans were part of this transnational fellowship, how it operated, including, of course, the friendship in Bloke, as yes, you mentioned. And as part of that question, how people who came from very, not different in terms of experience, but from very different generations, ended up. You said Nansen was right.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the first question, well, I think I can only speak for myself to say, what touched me was the intimacy of the relationship and the art of letter writing. I came across the letters in the US in 2012, and I wasn't even looking for them. But as soon as I came across them, I forgot to eat, forgot to drink, I forgot to go to the loo. I almost missed my flight, sorry, my train back to New York. you know. So yeah, it's such a coincidence that C.A. David released a novel last year, which reimagines Langston Hughes' connection with some South African writers, not necessarily Bloke, but I think mainly Richard Reeve. And my play was first performed in 2021, October 2021. Yeah, that was the first performance. So in 2 years in a row, you see this reimagination, and I think the most important thing is that the importance of building an archive. Langston Hughes, as someone who had taken a conscious decision to do writing for a living, was very deliberate about building an archive. So when he wrote a letter, if you send a letter, that's it. But what he did, when he wrote a letter before sending it, he had a secretary who would carbon copy it and file it. So he filed all his letters. That's how we're able to access this material. And then as far as I'm concerned, they could not, Vicky and the child, Chris, they could not join Bloke in the US. And well, in terms of the other relationships, the 60s, after Sharpeville especially, there was this stream activists of all sorts, intellectuals streaming out of the country, going to the US. Some were US, among other things, like Modisane arrived in 62, if I'm not mistaken, Ngosi in 61, Nakasa in 64. So there was a community of South Africans, growing there. Miriam Makeba was there. Well, the interesting thing about Miriam Makeba is that when she left with King Kong, and then while promoting Come Back Africa, in which she appears alongside Bloke, actually in which she was convinced by Bloke Modisane to star, and unhappily she agreed because the film was not paying much. But while promoting the film now in London, he met Henry Belafonte, and they would collaborate and win Grammys together. So he would eventually later that year move to New York. So the letters would make reference to a Louis Ngosi, because when Louis Ngosi is going to the US, he goes via London and stays with Bloke, and Bloke writes to Langston to say, a friend of mine is coming over. He'll come with the saliva dripping tongue, so please take care of him. And later on, Langston writes to say, I met your friend and we had fun. So there was that network. In London, Bloke would meet Maya Angelou. There'll be reference to Eskiam Pathele, Yewole Shoyinka. So that network was growing, and Langston's home essentially became almost the embassy, the African embassy, because all African intellectuals, when they come, they were referred to his house in Harlem, to such an extent that he says, if this keeps going on, because even now government was sending them to him. So he says, you better endow me with money so that I can receive all of these people. But one person that he always looked forward to hosting was Bloke Modisane.
Okay, we have 5 minutes left. I'll take the whole. I don't see any hand online. Okay, let me take. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. I want to begin from where you ended now in terms of that one person that he was interested to host was Bloke Modisane. And maybe perhaps to tie in with Prof. Ngadi's question about the other South African exiles who would have also had encounters with Hughes. Because one thing that has exercised my mind for quite some time is how it is that it seems to me that Bloke was the one who benefited the most in terms of Hughes's cultural patronage as well, in both intellectually but also socially. There's one anecdote about, for example, Bessie Head trying to find the same kind of cultural patronage from Hughes, and Hughes, politely turned it down while she was trying to get publishers, the kind of way that Bloke was trying to get publishers in the US. Another person, Zays Mugai, who's a South African actor, worked with at a few parts, is also interested to have a core in the US and the scholarship, and writes to Hughes, who also politely turns him down. But Bloke in '63, who comes after these encounters and various other conversations that Hughes have been having, as you said in '54, what exceptionalizes Bloke, do you think, in light of this generation of South African artists who knew and respected Hughes as a very huge cultural figure in the US and digested his work, but it just seems that they could never be at the receiving end of the kind of generosity of spirit that he extended to Modisane.
Yeah, well, I know that would ask for the culprit. Ask me. I think this question comes in the context of Hughes being this global figure, right? That he's very well known, and being a well-known person, naturally, everyone all over the world, basically Hughes was the Michael Jackson of literature, right? You have people from all over the world who want a piece of him. One person in Germany mentioned, for instance, is Rosie Poole, who wanted to visit the US and possibly do a series of lectures. But Hughes organized, when Bloke was having a difficult time out of a job, when life was really tough in London, and he told Hughes, two things happened. Hughes sends him a check, gives him some money. But secondly, what he does later, he organizes a lecture series for Bloke via MSEC, right? So in 1963, Bloke finally manages to go to the US and is invited, I think the initial itinerary had about 10 or just over 10 speaking engagements. But after the first few engagements, there were more requests for Bloke to speak. And in the end, he spoke at over 20 events, and in a space of 3 months, right? So what I'm trying to clarify here is that on the one hand, Hughes would go that extra mile, even to bring Bloke to the US. But on the other, the reception of Bloke Modisane in the US was equally attractive to the extent that he get more invites. In fact, I got this correspondence from you, is it Legun, who would, in a recommendation letter, compare Bloke to James Baldwin, that if you can't take a James Baldwin, then definitely you can't take a Modisane, So this is the rate at which, or the level at which Modisane was recognized at the time. But coming back to their relationship, I think Bloke was just a fun person. If you look at that second letter, for instance, the first letter that we shared here really is talking about the publication. But the moment Bloke opens up as a human being to say, this is who I am, this is what I stand for me, that is the most attractive. It is attractive in two ways. on the one hand, the honesty with which he writes about himself, and that honesty you find even in Benjamin history, for instance. But this ability to allow yourself to be vulnerable to the next person, you know, because Bloke could talk about all his struggles, his loves, his disappointments, his anxieties, everything. So that, I think, at least to me, would make me, you know, draw me closer to a human being. But above all, I think Bloke was a fun person. He'll be telling a story, but he'll tell it in a very hilarious way. And I think that's what made Langston Hughes always look forward to hearing from Bloke, always look forward to being in his company. And I think that really defines their relationship.
Thank you. So just last year in May, I sent Dr. Man the video of Langston Hughes' house. And I was passing there and I saw it. So there is a viewing for 100.
Yeah. No, actually they use it for the play, but I've been there before.
Okay, we ran out of time, but kind enough to chance, but if.
Okay, recently you shared an article where it was, I think, referred to Langston being you know, there was some sort of red scare in America where Hughes was also targeted by the red scare. Referred to them as communists. Didn't that affect Modisane stores? Was over by the time, because Modisane was also not afraid of speaking out against injustice.
Yeah, now I can't remember, but no, I think the red scare was in the 40s. In the 50s. In the 50s, yeah, it was much earlier. Yeah, well, Langston Hughes had been in the public domain for a number of years. And by the way, it was not the first time that he was painted in negative terms, because he was not always the friend of the US government. So, yeah, it did not affect, as far as I'm concerned, that happened, because it happened much earlier. There was a gap of about 15 years or so between us. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We come to the last presentation of the symposium. Okay, so I'm just going to read out the slide as well. Oh, hey, technology here will get started. I don't know who can assist me. Oh, yeah. I should know which was the presentation. Use the slide share, just you know. Use the so that you can still see. You can use this so that you can still see. Yeah, it's fine. Because I think you can still see that. Great, as I was saying, it's the last presentation of the symposium by Dr. Nyabonga. So the presentation is titled Bloke Modisane, Cold War Intellectual Itineraries in the East Africa 1962 to, sorry, it's 1962 to 1966. Okay. So I'm just going to brief is I'm just going to quickly read him before I can let you come to present. So Siabonga is a smart research fellow in African studies at the Cambridge University. He has he recently completed his PhD on the life and work of Modisane at Cambridge University and is currently working on a monograph for Bloke's transatlantic intellectual itineraries. Siabonga is interested in histories of Black transnationalism in the 20th century, African and diasporic intellectual traditions, and the Black literary and sonic archive. Without much ado, I will allow you to come and present. This is 30 minutes, 30 minutes, and then we'll take questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. So this piece is a working chapter. Hopefully it will be part of the book that I'm currently working on in Modisane's life and work. It's one of the most interesting for me, not least because it's a completely different geography and sort of associated with South African exiles. Usually, you know, the metropoles of London, New York are where we sort of find some of these intellectual traces. East Africa, I think, provides a very interesting entry point to the expansiveness of this transatlanticism that we know to be the character of South African intellectual practice in exile. I think, for example, about some names that might be quite familiar to us, you know, visual artist Selby Mvusi, who taught at the University of Nairobi, fine artist in the 60s. People like, of course, Ezekiel Mpahlele, who later became Estia Mpahlele, who spent some time in Kenya as well with the Chemchemi Cultural Center. I think two of Noni Chabavu, who also went to Uganda and later would reflect on her experiences, which turned out to be quite controversial about Uganda in her famed book, Drawn in Color. I think two of Nedna Kasa, who would have spent some time in Tanzania as well on his way to Harvard to pick up a Nieman Fellowship. He also famously met at the New Africa Hotel, none other than Malcolm X, who was on a speaking tour around the same time. And finally, of course, somebody who's quite known to the Gias family, the late Professor Ntongela Masilela as well, who would have spent time in East Africa and is one of the few intellectual South Africans who has thought quite seriously about the presence of South African intellectuals in this region of the continent. And so Bloke becomes for me quite an interesting addition to this generation of 1960s intellectuals and artists who also finds his way to East Africa, interestingly, or curiously, through the patronage of the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, via the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which was a CIA cultural front, which channeled or funneled money and funded artists, conferences, offered them stipends, and was responsible for curating some of the most seminal conferences that gave birth to what we understand now as post-colonial literature, what we now understand as African literature as well. So I've prepared some remarks here to sort of profile Bloke Modisane's presence in East Africa and to give us a fuller sense of some of the Cold War entanglements that he was involved in through his participation at the Congress of African Writers in 1962 and the International Congress of African Historians in 1965. Now, between 1962 and 1966, I argue Bloke Modisane made a small but significant intellectual contribution to the study of East African literature, history, and culture. This paper will examine his participation in two field-defining gatherings on African literature and history in the 1960s. The first, as I've said, is the 1962 Conference of African Writers at Makerere University College in Kampala. And the second is the 1965 International Congress of African Historians at the University of Dar es Salaam. The paper also examines Modisane's research on the East African Maji-Maji Rebellion against German occupation as a Rockefeller Foundation Fellow, a project that brought him into the cold hotbeds of Tanzania, the Federal Republic of Germany, or West Germany, and the German Democratic Republic, also known as East Germany, between 1965 and 1966. Now, this was a period of burgeoning interest in Africa-centered research and political relations. During his stay in East and West Germany, Modisane visited several institutes, organizations, and universities where he met leading Africanist historians who counseled and assisted him on his research on Maji-Maji. Now, Katharina did mention Modisane's research, and she kindly shared his Maji-Maji notebooks as well, earlier, if you recall. While Modisane never completed his research on Maji-Maji to the point of publication, he was one of the earliest intellectuals to collect eyewitness testimony on the rebellion and the first African intellectual to do so at such a large scale. At the Kampala conference in Uganda, Modisane offered an original appraisal of the East African short story with a special focus on East African writers James Ngugi, who's now known to us as Ngugi wa Thiong'o, John Kariara, and John Nagenda. This revealed his facility as an African as opposed to solely South African cultural critique, and signaled his burgeoning interest in East African literature, politics, history, and culture. Suffice it to say that because of time constraints, we'll not be looking at all the short stories that he evaluated, 4 of them to be precise. The first pair that he interrogated was Ngugi's The Return and the Wind, and the last pair were John Nagenda's And This at Last, and the final one, John Kariara's The Initiation. During this period, Uganda was conducive to the development of a stimulating intellectual community, with Makerere seen here, boasting a sound educational system with a solid administration to support and feed it. Makerere was founded in 1939 as an autonomous institution of higher learning, serving all of British East Africa, so that being Uganda, Kenya, Tanganyika, then Zanzibar. Tanganyika and Zanzibar, of course, made the nation that we currently know as Tanzania. In 1953, Makerere was elevated to the status of a university college, enjoying affiliation with the University of London, upon which its undergraduates were prepared for the latter's external degree. East Africa had no university until the establishment of Makerere, and the university's prominence in the region was recognized by the decision to host the African Writers' Conference there. Now described by Ngugi as a landmark in the cultural reawakening of the African continent, as an occasion which reflected the immense political changes that were taking place in Africa. The African Writers' Conference was convened by the Mbari Writers and Artists Club in collaboration with Makerere University's Department of Extramural Studies, and as I indicated, sponsored by the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which was a CIA Cold War front. Bloke Modisane was one of 8 South African authors invited to the gathering of over 40 authors, journalists, editors, and publishers. The conference represented the first opportunity for Modisane to travel abroad since his arrival in England in May 1959, with his British passport issued a few weeks before his travel to Kampala in May 1962. From London, Modisane initially elected not to be with the rest of the conference delegates who were based there, choosing instead, Doug, to be booked on the same flight as Langston Hughes. Hughes was due to take a connecting flight in London en route to Entebbe International Airport of the United States. As one of the key figures of the Harlem Renaissance, which had influenced the founders of Negritude and the drum generation of Black writers in South Africa, Hughes's presence at the conference was significant and marked the gathering as truly diasporic. His participation in the conference was significant and marked the gathering as truly diasporic. His participation at the Black Writers Conference in Paris in 1956 and in Rome in 1959 gave the gathering a symbolic connection to these transatlantic literary efforts. Hughes and Modisane wanted to use the opportunity to meet up again, but due to miscommunication in travel dates from the organizers of the conference, they were not able to travel to Kampala together. Instead, they met over lunch at Heathrow International Airport. Now, the idea of the conference was to bring together promising and established writers, magazine editors, critics, and publishers to discuss the future development of African literature. It marked the beginning of the debate about the status of English in post-colonial African literature. The conference was part of a remarkably vibrant network of African literary institutions that were formed in the late 1950s and 1960s. Scholars have noted that the African Writers Conference was a milestone in the development of literature in Africa. There was no subject that evoked much livelier discussion than negritude, the expression of Blackness or Africanness in literature, which is related to the development of, quote, an African personality and the cultivation of a recognizable African literature. Writers from Francophone Africa were the most vocal adherents of the theory pioneered by Centenary, having supplied vital examples both in theory and practice. The discussion groups of the conference attempted to examine the state of the short story, novel, drama, and poetry in Africa. Some of the key questions that arose were the importance of the African novel, its themes and styles, issues of translation, the limits and possibilities of protest writing from South Africa, and the impact of international publishing markets on the authenticity of voice and tone of an African authors. In his conference report, Bloke Modisane noted that the political and social conditions of apartheid in South Africa set apart West African and South African writing. He argued that because of West Africa's moderate political climate, its writing evinced a leisurely pace which concerned itself with conflict between Western and tribal culture. For Modisane and the rest of the conference delegates, the tempo of industrialization, the racial politics of South African society, and the impact of urbanization were the basis of South African writing. This way, the short story form was suitable to the intensity of South African life under apartheid. Now, in August 1962, Transition magazine, which was an East African periodical, ran an advert which sought to replace East Africa's position in African literature. It invited East African readers and writers to submit short stories of an anthology of African writing. This announcement came against the backdrop of a literary vacuum in East Africa, especially as it related to East African short story. The tradition of literary writing was not flourishing in the region as it was in West and Southern Africa. People like Ngugi went on to acknowledge this as well. While East Africa did not produce writers with international reputations until the 1960s, it had a substantial literary culture in indigenous languages that dated as far back as the 15th century. Now, Modisane's conference paper, titled The East African Short Story that we see here, thus represented an original contribution to East African literary criticism. All of Modisane's selected writers, that is Ngugi, Kariara, and Agenda, had been students at Makerere. They were considered the pioneers of literary culture in Anglophone Africa and were among the first honors graduates at the university. Makerere was not only the leading colonial institution of higher education in East Africa, but also the training ground for a pioneering generation of East African writers. The intellectual and literary activity which centered in the late 50s and early 1960s was known as the Makerere tradition or the Makerere school. This tradition had a strong emphasis on the English language, literature, and culture, and would go on to have a significant influence on the continent's inspiring writers. Now, although Modisane's trio of East African writers had not been published in book form, their short stories and poems appeared in the issues of periodicals such as Transition, the New African, and the Kenya Weekly News. They were also at various stages editors of Makarere's Department of English Penpoint Literary Magazine, where some of their early works enjoyed circulation. Prompted by Donis Nonga's introductory remarks on the session on African short story writing, in which Nonga examined whether there had been sufficient realization between a mere short narration of events and a well-composed and centrally visual story, Modisane argued that East African short story writing, as handled by Ngugi, Kariara, and Agenda, evinced a strong anecdotal quality. To demonstrate his point, he noted that, save for Kenya, where the rise of the Mau Mau and the subsequent state of emergency had temporarily imposed South African type constraints in human relationships, he noted that East Africa had generally lived under a mild political climate. Because of this, Modisane continued, social criticism was not a dominant feature in East African writing as it was in South Africa. He said, the canvas is too large and the stories move at a leisurely pace. The vitality, the urgency, the violence of the South African short story is lacking, close quote. Modisane did not mean to suggest that vitality, urgency, and violence are necessary features of the short story. On the contrary, he had a penchant for breaking literary rules and conventions, with the caveat that writers should acquaint themselves with the rules of writing before rebelling against them. In this spirit, Modisane offered an original theoretical blueprint on the art of short story writing, an exercise which not only demonstrated his proficiency and experience in handling the form, but also attempted to impart and enhance the future writings of his East African contemporaries. And I think this is quite important because earlier we did hear of Modisane's short stories through Professor Colette's presentation, The Respectable Pickpocket, Dignity of Begging, and the Fight for Skirts. And then, of course, Dr. Mahala also mentioned how when he was in the US, he made some pronouncements on the South African short story. And so we see the resonance of this work and theorization of the short story. So while his own short stories did not see the light of day in the kinds of ways that the rest of the South African generation did, he was at the forefront of trying to make sense theoretically of some of the features of the short story. Turning now to short stories of the three authors. The first pair it was Ngugi's The Return and The Wind. These stories were part of a series of early writings by Ngugi, who are returning to Ngugi, which had as their central motive the homeward journey made by former Mau Mau detainees who are returning to their villages with longing and expectation, only to discover that home was no longer what they had left and hoped it would be. Ngugi's The Return chronicles the story of a political detainee who returns to his village after Mau Mau detention camps. Although eager to continue the life he had led before the disruption of the state of the emergency, he quickly discovers that the world has moved on without him. Now, in his remarks on this short story, Modisane noted, quote, at that moment of crisis, the hero's reaction is unsatisfactory. It lacks emotional motivation. The dialogue is used not to heighten the drama, but to explain events, close quote. The Return, alongside Ngugi's Goodbye Africa, was a working prototype for the novel that became A Grain of Wheat. Ngugi agreed with Modisane's critical evaluation of his early work and appreciated the experienced South African's foregrounding of his literary efforts at a conference of this magnitude. To quote Ngugi, he said, Modisane was unsparing in his assessment of my craftsmanship. He found my hero's reactions to the dramatic events and crisis in his life unsatisfactory. I listened to the various comments he made, thrilled that my own creation was on the table and generating polite critical evaluation, close quote. Decades after its critical appraisal by Modisane, and long after the story enjoyed international recognition in literary journals and anthologies, Ngugi wa Thiong'o considered the return as a turning point in his literary life, characterizing it as the central part of his aesthetic exploration in his long career as a novelist. So again, Ngugi in his own memoir cites this particular moment at the conference where Modisane was assessing his work, and he later says that that is one of the early short stories that he wrote, which were quite formative in his development as an East African author and global author that we all know. And so it's quite interesting again to see a figure like Modisane in that transitional point in Ngugi's life. For the sake of time, I will skip the other stories and then perhaps we move quickly to the second node I want us to talk about, which is basically Modisane's work on the East African rebellion. So this would have been the second story. And then here we are now moving to a different node. Now in November 1963, following the successful publication of his Blame Me on History, Modisane applied for a Rockefeller Foundation fellowship to continue work he had already begun for a second book. During this period, he had been working on several writing projects, which a fellowship or writing grant might have enabled him to complete. Among these was an edited volume of short stories for Heinemann, research on the 1956-1957 Xhosa cattle killings, research too on the German occupation of East Africa between 1905 and 1907, a collection of his own stories, English translations of South African Zulu poet Masisi Kunene, and a novel. Modisane had already been turned down by the Guggenheim Foundation, the Gulbenkian Foundation, and the John F. Paxson's Memorial Trust. Now, for his Rockefeller Foundation application, he proposed to pursue research on the Maji Rebellion against the German occupation of Tanganyika in 1905 to 1907. Modisane's motivations in his application indicate that he understood the historical significance and originality of his proposed project. He noted that his chosen subject was a reaction to colonial historians' neglect and distortion of African histories, and positioned his proposed contribution as not only an attempt at historical revisionism, but an effort geared towards identity formation, decolonization, and the recovery of the African past for newly independent nations to have firm foundations on which to build. Our concern, however, is not so much about the data that Modisane collected, as the tapes of his interviews, the photographs of the sites where the rebellion unfolded, and the final manuscript of the book he intended to write do not survive, but it is instead of the process and misadventure of his fieldwork in Tanzania at a time of heightened Cold War anxieties and revolutionary action in the region, and of course across the African continent. I hope that it will reveal that although Modisane's research enjoyed overwhelming support from the East Africans that he interviewed, the Tanzanian government was increasingly suspicious of his presence there. This concern was further exacerbated by his affiliation with the Rockefeller Foundation. This led to protracted delays in his fieldwork, a situation which adversely impacted his overall research and arguably prevented him from producing the kind of book that he wanted to write. So he arrives in Dar es Salaam in 1965, just after the Zanzibar Revolution of the year before, but also at a time where there are Cold War anxieties because Nyerere is leaning towards the east via China, while, of course, the Rockefeller Foundation, together with the CIA, are considered as part of the American establishment and therefore threats. And so this South African figure who's here to work on East African history and culture is viewed quite suspiciously by, Nyerere's, Kanu officials, which was the governing party at the time. By the time Modisane began his research on the Maji, the historiography of the movement was still in its infancy. Historians traced the origins of the rebellion as rooted in German oppression and largely relied on colonial documents to form a historical narrative. None of these early accounts incorporated oral history research or the views of Africans who fought against the Germans. Modisane identified this gap in the historiography and attempted to address it by seeing the rebellion through the eyes of the East Africans whose interpretations had hitherto never been documented. To this end, he set out to interview and report personal accounts of survivors of the rebellion and to study and visually archive through photography the sprawling areas where the battles were fought. His research covered an unprecedented 1,500 miles across a dozen districts, including the provincial towns of Dar es Salaam, Morogoro, and Morogoro. In total, he assembled more than 25 hours of taped interviews, which offered a rich and very thorough history account from more than 20 respondents. So to circumvent the bureaucratic constraints imposed by his work by the Tanzanian government, Modisane befriended President Julius Nyerere's right-hand man and cabinet minister, as we see here, Muhammad Babu. Babu was a globally renowned anti-colonial thinker, a revolutionary and Pan-Africanist politician who led the Zanzibar Revolution, as I mentioned, in 1964. He became an important ally and supporter of Modisane's efforts to document the Maji rebellion from an African point of view. Perhaps it's suffice to say that Babu was also a very close friend of Malcolm X and was responsible for Malcolm X's tour in Dar es Salaam in '64. And when he traveled to the US, he was also hosted by Malcolm X in Harlem. How much time do I have? You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Sorry, sir. 5 minutes. Okay, so I have 5 minutes. Quickly run through. Yeah, yes.
Okay, I wanted to say, okay, finish at 4:30. Yeah. And apparently I have to speak for 45 minutes. I can only speak for 5 minutes. So I'll say, can you continue? I mean, can you finish the whole thing by 4:15? By 5.
So thank you, I appreciate that. So Dar es Salaam in the 1960s was a center of revolutionary activity in sub-Saharan Africa. Even before the independence of Tanganyika in 1961, the capital had developed a reputation as a meeting point for not only the region's political movement, but of exiled Southern African liberation movements such as, of course, the ANC, the PAC, ZAPU, Frelimo, ZANU, and SWAPO, which all had offices in Dar es Salaam. These liberation movements were permitted by President Julius Nyerere to establish military training camps in the country, where they could canvass for external support. The political activists of these liberation movements I've just mentioned were the guests of the Tanzanian government and shared their residency in Dar es Salaam with journalists who were eager to get the latest updates from revolutionary leaders, liberation wars, including Cold War diplomats who were in search for pieces of valuable intelligence and sought to turn the revolutionaries' ears. Now, when Modisane arrived in Tanzania in January 1965, the region had not only been engulfed by Cold War political anxieties, but was still reeling from the outbreak of the revolution in Zanzibar and the mutiny in Dar es Salaam. In the first weeks of his fieldwork in Dar es Salaam, Modisane was overwhelmed by the warm reception he received from the people he interviewed. Everywhere he went, people were enthused about his project. To conduct his fieldwork effectively, he enrolled on a language course in Swahili and German, to conduct interviews and pour through the official documents at the National Museum in Dar es Salaam. This demonstrates that he understood a key tenet of oral historical research as postulated by Jan Pansina, namely that while the oral tradition can be a valuable historical method, it ought to be substantiated by other historical sources, such as oral interviews. Notwithstanding his preparations, Modisane's first few weeks in Tanzania were not without any trouble. He, as he did all those years in London, was struggling to make ends meet on his fellowship stipend, citing the high cost of accommodation in Dar es Salaam as a reason. This was to be expected as he had declined an offer for university accommodation and taking up lodgings at one of Dar es Salaam's premium hotels, the Deluxe Inn, where Malcolm X once stayed during his visit to Dar es Salaam in 1964. I mean, Modisane was no stranger to living beyond his means. The extent of Modisane's desperation, including his tacit plea for increased fellowship, an increased fellowship stipend, was remarkably corroborated by American Embassy Counsel in Dar es Salaam, Jack H. Moore, who confidently wrote to the Rockefeller Foundation on Modisane's behalf. Now, this for me was quite an interesting find, that you have an ordinary South African writer in exile amongst other ordinary South African activists enjoying an unusual relationship with an American embassy diplomat who was once a CIA spy before he was deployed to Dar es Salaam and had also spent time in South Africa as a diplomat as well. So I say here that Modisane's plea for better funding should have been corroborated by a high-ranking US official is testimony of not only how close he was with the American establishment in Tanzania, but also how he possibly exploited this relationship for his own ends. This intimate association between an American private organization, the Rockefeller Foundation, and the US government, coupled with their support for a foreign research fellow in a country beset by fears of political subterfuge, increased suspicions about Modisane's motivations. So this is why he's read quite suspiciously by Nyerere's government officials. This situation was comparable to Frelimo President Eduardo Mondlane and PAC leader David Sibeko's cordial relations with the US government while based in Dar es Salaam throughout the 1960s and 1970s. So Mondlane, including Sibeko, were both, in Dar es Salaam in the 60s as well, 60s and 70s, and later fatally both were assassinated by party members. And one of the reasons that have been cited by historians is that their relationships with the American establishment exposed them, and their comrades felt that they had sold out the revolution. Now, following the consul's letter about Modisane's precarious situation, the foundation raised his grant to $300 from $100 per month. Once Modisane completed his work in Dar es Salaam, he planned to leave for the southern regions to interview people where the rebellion was fought. Modisane was frustrated by the lack of assistance and attention he was receiving from the Tanzanian government. Attempts to interest government officials on the significance of his project yielded little results, as did attempts to acquire government support in kind for the pursuance of his field work. Is it time?
Yeah, it's time.
Okay.
Maybe 2 more minutes just to wrap up.
Okay, no, I'll wrap up.
Now we can finish the whole thing as well.
Yes. Oh, okay. So it's pretty short, right?
Yeah, I can wrap up. I promise I'm on the last line. As you can see, it says 12 of 13, it's the last one.
Just continue.
I do want to end off or discuss finally his participation at the International Congress of African Historians. The International Congress of African Historians took place at the University College of Dar es Salaam between 26 September and 2nd October 1965. Now, whereas literary studies at Makerere University laid the foundation for new directions in African cultural production, at Dar es Salaam, it was historiography, history itself, and its contribution to the process of nation building. So again, East Africa, Makerere being known as the literary hub, literary school, and then Dar es Salaam being where African history is being imagined. The university was, quote, a socialist mecca, close quote, and vibrant anti-imperialist center of thought that attracted leftist intellectuals from around the world. It owed much of this left-wing intellectual fervor to Julius Nyerere's socialist politics, which were a cardinal feature of Tanzanian politics and society. The gathering comprised 147 participants who came from various African countries, including eminent specialists in African history from around the world, as well as representatives from international organizations. This gathering had the special distinction of having as its keynote speaker Julius Nyerere, who opened the Congress's proceedings. Modisane's invitation to participate in the Congress was due to his research affiliation at the University College and his interest in East African history. Although no record of Modisane's contribution to the Congress survives, the research findings he had assembled about the Maji Maji rebellion would have made for engaging preliminary remarks at the Congress. As an African conducting oral history research about East African resistance against German colonial rule, as an adherent of the platitude, quote, history is one of the ways that society stabilizes itself, close quote, and as an intellectual who loved African history and believed in the necessity of it being written, especially by Africans like himself, Modisane's contribution at the Congress may have been gestured to in the statement read by President Nyerere in his opening address, where President Nyerere outlined his vision for the role of African history and African historians. It is for this reason Modisane ambitiously asked Babu, his good friend in the Tanzanian cabinet, to set up an appointment with Nyerere to request the president to write a foreword for his book on the Maji Maji rebellion. He felt that since Nyerere was, quote, himself a writer and interested in the history of Tanzania, I had hoped he might consent to this, close quote. He had delayed his departure to Germany, where he was due to take up language training and archival research at Potsdam, by 48 hours, as there was a possibility that he might have an audience with the president. But this had to be put off because of Nyerere's government commitments. One wonders, of course, if this encounter ever happened, whether we might have seen the book come to light, because one of the issues or challenges was that Modisane lost the will to continue such an enormous project as somebody who was a literary writer and historian. So one thinks sometimes about the contingency, one thinks about the possibility of perhaps maybe if he had met the president, whether he might have regained his confidence or even inspiration, because he did seem to quite admire the state president. By the time his work was concluded in Tanzania, Modisane had grown to love the country so much that he did not want to leave. He had grown fond of Babu, who he considered a good friend. He had also made several friends during his year-long stay in Dar es Salaam, among whom were high-ranking diplomats, officials from the Israeli embassy, United States Embassy, and the British High Commission. I'm almost there. On the days before his departure to Germany, in true Dar es Salaam style, these influential diplomats and officials who mixed freely on the circuit of government and embassy receptions held back-to-back going-away parties for Bloke Modisane. A gesture that made him, he says, feel warm inside. He finally left Tanzania for the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, and the German Democratic Republic, East Germany, in November 1965 for language training and archival research. Now, during his stay in East and West Germany, he visited, like I said, several institutes, organizations, and universities where he met leading Africanist historians who assisted him on his research. While he never completed his research on Maji, he was one of the earliest intellectuals to collect eyewitness testimony. That Modisane met and knew leading Maji and Africanist historians such as Van Ryder, Terence Ranger, and John Lonsdale, yet never contacted or worked with them in and after Dar es Salaam, is a testament to his independence of spirit and atomized isolation. Furthermore, that he was not part of the Maji research project, which happened in 1968, represents a missed opportunity for both him and the African historians associated with the project. Thank you.
Almost for the weekend. But thank you so much for this rich presentation. I will not comment much, but I would like to probably open the floor to questions. I see Dr. Mahanda's hand is already up. I will take his question. Anyone else who wants to probably ask a question? Sure, if there's anyone online, but I'm sure you can.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for this public lecture. Let me read something quickly, but Bloke by in Tanzania, 1911. It says, it's really exciting, except that Dar es Salaam is the tropical city and being moved to a glorious motion. Then there are mosquitoes, GM mosquitoes. Then, of course, one got to the car, but this wind drum thing must be a chunk of grand steak. And they are biting away cheerfully, easily with lungs all over.
Yeah.
So this is the kind of humor that you get from Bloke. But anyway, I just wanted to share that. Two quick questions. When you came to the Centenary Symposium in 2018, and then later when we met in London, beginning of 2020, you were considering a number of those guys. So essentially, I'm trying to ask you the same question you asked me. Why you decided to go? That's one. Two, in terms of CIA entanglements, we know almost all of these guys. Nagasa, there was a hand of CIA. He went to the US through the CIA, and he was not aware of that. And CIA is implicated in his death. In fact, I'm not sure if you read White Malice. They boldly declared that Nagasa did not commit suicide. But was killed at the CIA. I mean, he went to the US through the Parkland Foundation, and the benefactor, the person who was responsible for his scholarship, is the same person from whose flight he fell.
Jack Thompson.
Yeah.
Jack Thompson.
Yeah, Jack Thompson. You know, so Jack Thompson was the first person to tell everyone Nagasa had committed suicide. But of these guys, one person I'm sure knew that he was working with the CIA, is my head. And his reaction was somewhat complicit. Essentially, it's, very hard because I wasn't doing anything that they wanted me to do. So do you think Bloke had any suspicion or understood that? Because even translation that was funded through the conflict of the CIA. Yeah. So in your understanding, did Bloke understand at least in the 60s that there was some sort of entanglement with the CIA?
I mean, it's a beautiful question because, and I'll start with it because I had to think very seriously about it as well. And I fleshed out, which I've been shared the original letters here, this correspondence between Bloke and the American consulate. And I think earlier in the morning when I spoke about, when I speak about his escape, he also still curiously is assisted by the American embassy in Dar es Salaam, where they had no obligation whatsoever to assist the fugitive to escape illegally out of South Africa without a passport. But he's able to get that assistance. Now, this is 59 before Tanzania even is born. And these notes, these sort of awkward encounters in the literature where he ends up in places where no one else is, never mind now the secret patronage, right, like CCF and magazines, but the relationship with, you know, CIA agents in that sense, or CIA embassy personnel is quite interesting to me. And I make a point in the thesis where I actually ask or reflect on the fact that Modisane, there is no account of Modisane's view about this. You know, people like came out to say, oh yes, the money was not, we didn't know where the money is coming from, but we can't say that the work was morally tainted, you know. So there's a tacit acknowledgement that, damn, this happened and we're at the receiving end of it. A few other people's literary careers, of course, took a complete decline. Some of them went into depression. Now, the relationship between Modisane and the patronage of the CIA is such that his career plummeted after the visibility that the CIA afforded him. He's able to meet Langston Hughes and have that lecture tour because of the CIA. The CIA is also funding the American Society of African Culture, right? He's able to come to Dar es Salaam to pontificate about the East African short story because of the CIA. And he comes back again in 65 to attempt to research the Maji because of the CIA. And these are very important flashpoints in his career, which give him the sustenance he needs as an author. But when the revelations come out in 66 and 67, Modisane even changes tact and positions himself as a playwright for the BBC to get the commissions to sustain his life. And he does. I mean, he does so strategically as well. But he suffers at the BBC as well because the script editors of the BBC want a particular kind of author in him. And so he sort of is trying to desperately rework, you know, early short stories, trying to rework work that belonged on page for the microphone, because that's where the money is now. And so when these conferences end and people like Ngugi become novelists in their own right, independent of the CIA, people like Peter Abrams and all the other intellectual generation who become the authors we know as part of the canon, Modisane is not part of that conversation anymore. It's almost as if in the 60s he had this heightened moment, which when you actually follow you know, his traces and follow the money, it might have been made visible. It's not to say Modisane was not talented, of course he was, but we can't deny the fact that the reason why, you know, he had that visibility in the 60s and perhaps why it waned after the revelations has to do with this patronage dwindling. He doesn't have any recorded account of this period. He talks about politics in a very broad way, PC, ANC, even in his work, but he never, there's no record about what he made, even in letters, because he was quite an avid letter writer of his time. Even in his late letters, there's no trace of it, which I also, as a biographer, find quite interesting.
Thank you.
The last question, I wonder to what extent CIA wasn't involved in everything. The story was defending himself recently when he was accused of taking money from the CIA. Maybe it's because of like 500 piece of that, and you know, they were considered. It even appeared on the website, their information. So I'm wondering if you know, because there were secret. Yeah, and they found it almost all the cultural conferences, especially the cultural gatherings of African scholars and intellectuals, and I think Ngugi or I think at some point would have benefited from the patronage of CIA. And I sympathize with Marcel's response. That well, I didn't really want just to gamble is what Karina said at first.
Yes.
So when this accusation happened in the 90s, in the 80s, he said, well, if they gave me money, that was fine. I was doing my own work. So I'm just in the CIA, was everywhere. And one could never really say where most of this money came from, even the money that funded the revolution. Because the CIA would fund everyone in order to fight everyone.
Thank you so much. I see there's questions online.
Yes, to be a question.
Oh.
I said, well, he had asked why blogs. I was wanting to hear financial school.
Oh, yes, yes. I mean, 10 years ago, I picked up Blame on History. I was a student in anthropology at the University of Cape Town, and I was a spiral of stairs which had African literature. It almost represented an undercommons of sorts, because it wasn't in the main sort of area of the library. One had to look for those books in order to find them. And, I had developed, said to somebody recently, what was, I think, my own private counter curriculum, anthropology being a discipline in its own disciplinary ways. I was interested, in South African literature, so I picked up Blame, changed my life, and really enjoyed it, the writer. And when I did sort of the scholarly exercise of trying to, have a sense about how this writer has been written about, it occurred to me in sort of Sophiatown School, there was quite marginal work that had been done about Bloke. And of course, somebody also mentioned earlier, Liz Ghana gave us, who I think was on call earlier, gave us in 2003 that seminal article about Bloke, Modisane, and Lewis Ngosi's radio work in London. And I was, of course, a student of the late Professor Eric Aruba, who had brought that to my attention. And it was clear that there was so much more that happened to this life after he left South Africa. And so I took it upon myself to piece together the fragments first before 59, so before he leaves South Africa. And by the time I had been mature enough and I suppose agreed enough to consider a serious research project, it was clear that this was a figure that I wanted to spend some time thinking about. And I wrote quite an ambitious proposal to Cambridge to work on Modisane. First, for my master's thesis, I worked on Modisane and Johnny Gianni, constructions of home in Johnny Gianni's jazz music, and then Modisane's radio plays. And that then, because I was at the vantage point of the United Kingdom, introduced me to a whole host of archival fragments. And it was clear to me, I think in the second week I was in the UK, that I would pursue a PhD on Bloke, because at that time, even the London work warranted, I think, serious attention. And then, of course, that grew into this quite expansive interest, which also exceeded my expectations as a student.
Interesting. So, Christine as well.
First of all, it's true. I would fully agree that Centenary was involved in every literary, artistic, cultural programming, including and the initiation of Transitions magazine, all sorts of things. So many writers, many exiles, they have had some funding from them, and like clearly he tried to wean himself off by getting university support, and at conferences, various things. And so it's not, like, especially like a betrayal as such. You hear about it because exiles are always, and refugees, asylees are always trying to navigate survival, and not just to survive on like bread, to live in hotels too, which is fine. This sounds sad because it's a survival tactic to have beauty and luxury in your life. And so there's nothing I would find unusual about that. And looking at the idea, like, are you quite betraying the nation? Like, your nation has already betrayed you. So why must you stay loyal to the idea of nationhood or statehood itself? Is a problematic construction. And last of all, I want to ask you this, that, you know, I know you're writing as a historian, and so there's so much we're learning from the presentations, but I'm also thinking about the way he experimented with form. So 10 years ago, as you are rediscovering his writing, I was teaching this to my American students, who maybe 2 of them were interested, right? So, but we were looking at like those 2 or 3 who did really read it, they were looking at that form, the way he was experimenting with form, not like any short story that we were reading by various, you know, literary figures around the world. And this kind of short, long story form that he's playing with, it's like a play, there's stuff happening that they couldn't make sense of, but they loved, and I want to find ways to kind of analyze form as well. But maybe that's not your focus, but I'm thinking about these things.
No, take note of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I guess this, I will hand over to you. As you want to make sure.
No, that's what I'm putting as well. Just one thing. I want to start your program. Because every feeling of Modisane, so I can really have to know what I was. Because when there was a question about what happened if you didn't increase, and I would like to be your
I mean, my father, he passed away in 81. I was 24. I was born in 82. My mom, the things that she was doing before I was born, she didn't continue to do. Like all the stuff that they were doing, she came. She passed away when I was 26, about 50 years.
increase.
That's going to be my mom.
Oh,
Passed away in 50 years.
this one, my man.
Yes. Because the child in
gave birth to Chris.
Yes,
Chris T. Now, oh, this is
now. Okay, thank you, but we can continue with this.
just another question in my mind. Why she didn't take the Modisane standing? Because I thought Chris was the.
Yeah. It's, well, when Bloke, it's kind of separate, and then they did feel it, but which is like.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about these entanglements is that Hughes had these interactions. I mean, was inspired by Du Bois, and Solblad had interactions with Du Bois, and then Solblad happens to be the grandfather of Piki, that is Bloke's wife. Yeah. So it all runs full circle. But anyway, thank you so much.
So the other thing now I have to ask to the audience. So who's working on the multi research and on this work? You spoke about data that I assume you come across that data.
Yes, I mean, there is the intention to find if there is more than what we have currently discovered. What we have found now are much notebooks, but they're not quite useful because they are basically Modisane's transcriptions of letters copied when he was doing archives. And I remember when I learned about so-called Modisane notebooks, I had hoped that that was a manuscript, or that's where he would have written in his own voice. But I had signed of the document, and it's almost handwritten. And then of course you do know that Modisane also took photographs there, also had tape recordings, and that I think is quite valuable material which we have no idea of its location. Yes, which hopefully might emerge one of these years. One almost has to think about actually field work in Germany to try and trace it. Yeah, maybe just can give us a grant.
Okay, thank you, George. We'll finish the conversation outside. And I will pass the message to the director of JIAS. But thank you everyone for gracing us with your presence, your participation. I think first of all, I should thank JIAS for hosting us. This was just an idea a year ago. I'm glad that managed to gather here for 2 days and have this intense discussion, very enlightening, must say. JIAS management, unfortunately, Dr. Mulunga is not here. He was here yesterday. He indicated that he had another commitment. But the management, support staff, the staff that assisted with logistics, whether for catering or technical support, administrative support, I'm really grateful that they've made this possible. But also I'd like to thank the Modisane family. Penny, thank you for your continued support. It was wonderful to see the rest of the family yesterday. It's a total surprise for us because we did not know that they would be here. But it was a welcome surprise, and we hope to continue engaging with the family and sharing insights and whatever archival material that might be available. It is all in our interest to really get to know Bloke. I think, if anything, this today showed us that Bloke had such a vast and complex legacy, and that there is still so much more to be done. Yes. You talk about the Maji manuscript. He was working on a novel. There's a whole lot of stuff that is unpublished that's sitting in the archives, and probably a lot more that's sitting in places that we don't know yet. So it really helps to get young researchers, young and energetic researchers like Lexi, to really excavate all of this kind of material. But on that note, I thank you as a co-convener. When I approached this idea, you were in the UK, and you managed to be here and to ensure that we host a successful symposium, and your insights are really, really appreciated. And I thank all of the participants, the presenters, the moderators, and members of the audience who did not present but were part of the program. We really, really appreciate it. And we ended the symposium. We still have this ambition of putting together an added volume. I think you'd agree with me that with the depth of knowledge, the presentations that we saw here the past 2 days would certainly put together a book. We will still open to other members who could not be here, like there are scholars that we invited to come and present, whom we know are working on some aspect of Modisane, but couldn't be here. Will still be open for their submissions. It does not necessarily mean that just because you're part of a symposium, automatically your work will be accepted. We had discussions, yes. We had discussions and we value the feedback. So my advice is to everyone else, just like I'll be doing, is to go back, try to strengthen your presentation. If you did not have a narrative
document, a paper like I had, that you start putting those ideas together. We will communicate in due course and propose deadlines, or rather communicate deadlines and the processes from now onwards. So it is really our ambition that we should honor Bloke as a writer, and as you've seen, he was a multidimensional artist. So we should honor him accordingly. The official centenary is on the 28th of August, when he would be turning 100 officially. I hope we'll be able to do something around that time. And I must say, no one has monopoly of Bloke Modisane. Bloke Modisane belongs to South Africa, belongs to Africa, belongs to the world. So it is incumbent on all of us to honor him in appropriate ways. So yeah, it would be a great delight to participate in another occasion, in another event that honors his memory. And yeah, on that note, all in all, I just wanted to say thank you. It does not end here. There's a future for Bloke. And one last request, I would like to, for us, those in the room, to gather somewhere outside this room to take a group picture. I want evidence. I'm an archivist. And I almost forgot all those who connected online, whether presenting or just are listening to the discussion. Thank you. We really appreciate, including the likes of Tumani Makwele, who's been here with us online, even though he's not part of the program, and all others who tuned in during the course of these 2 days. Thank you very much. See you next time.